for a fairer Ontario, a place to grow. And the NDP say they are strong, ready, working for you. From the legislature on University Avenue, across the GTA and the province, welcome to CBC's Election Night coverage. Good evening, I am Dwight Drummond. We are live tonight from Studio 42 at the Canadian Broadcasting Centre. It's been a historic 4 years for Doug Ford's government. Will tonight bring change or will voters stay the course? It's time for the people of Ontario to make a decision. We want to welcome our ASL users tonight. Complete coverage is available with ASL translation and closed captions on our online stream. You can access that by using the URL on your screen. We're also on CBC Gem and YouTube, and you can connect with us throughout the night. Follow CBC Toronto on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. This is Ontario Votes 2022.
Ontario, this is my home.
This is our home.
The home of Canada's capital, one of the world's natural wonders,
and some of the country's best farmland.
Godwaksha, Simdana, Shinswe, Tenun, Shkunganan Mampi, Ontario, Akin. It's the land of 133 First Nation communities.
valuable resources, and Canada's economic hub.
Elections matter because we matter.
Small business matters.
Wages matter. Cost of living matters.
Ontario is about to elect a new government.
Who and what did you vote for?
Are you ready? Ontario, we are just under an hour until the polls close, which means you still have time to cast your ballot. Watch that countdown clock on your screen. When it hits 0, the results will start to roll in. Let's introduce our team tonight. With me in studio is our provincial affairs reporter, Mike Crawley. Mike has been covering Queen's Park since 2009. To my right is the host of CBC's Power and Politics, Vashi Kapelis, and she is joined by our two panelists tonight, Sabrina Nanji, Ontario politics reporter and author, and Jaskaran Sandhu, who has worked as a strategist and political advisor for various political parties. Now, take a look at this floor in front of me. Impressive, isn't it? This is how the map looked in 2018 when the PCs won their majority. There are 124 ridings in Ontario, and watching them all for us tonight is Eric Grenier, poll analyst, and the man behind the CBC News poll tracker. He's going to help us make sense of the results as they start coming in. And Eric, we have some developments tonight that will affect when we can report those results.
Yeah, that's right. A few ridings across the province had some poll that had to stay open later, which means they will not be reporting any results until those polls are finished and everybody has had the chance to vote. So some ridings will take a little bit more of a delay before we get some results, but that doesn't mean we won't have a lot of numbers to take a look at. Right now, the map is all gray, but if we look at what things were like in 2018, a lot of blue for the PCs in Southern Ontario. And let's take a look at two regions in particular. First, starting with Toronto, you can see that the PCs were able to win some seats in the city. The New Democrats did quite well. The Liberals only won 3 seats. But the place where the election is probably going to be decided tonight is going to be the GTA. And every election is decided by what happens in the GTA. And you can see that last time, lots and lots of blue across the entire region. A few pockets of orange. The question tonight is if it's going to stay as blue or if we will see more orange and red on this map tonight.
It's going to be a busy night for you, Eric, as the drama unfolds. Mike, you've watched this campaign closely. We've been following your coverage throughout as the 3 main party leaders crisscross this province. As they told us, they want to be premier, what stood out for you as they tried to convince us?
Well, Dwight, one of the big things that stood out for me is just how steady the polls were through this entire time, the steady lead that Doug Ford's PCs had. And it's key that I'm talking about Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives, because in this election, it does seem that Doug Ford's own political brand lifted the Progressive Conservatives' political brand, because it appears that he is appealing to a bunch of non-traditional Progressive Conservative voters, people who voted for Justin Trudeau in the federal election, people who consider themselves members of the working class. And what else struck me was the inability of the other leaders to do anything or say anything that ate away at Doug Ford's support. So you saw that in that steady lead that the PCs had. I guess we're going to see whether that lead continued through until voting day.
Yeah, and complaints about them attacking each other more than Doug. We're going to talk about that throughout the evening. Sticking with the PC story, Lisa Shing has been on the campaign trail throughout. She joins us live now from party headquarters up in Etobicoke. Lisa, is this Doug Ford's election to lose?
It really is, Dwight. The PCs came into this as the front runners, and that didn't really change throughout the course of the campaign. There weren't a lot of big ups or downs for them. A huge contrast to a couple of years ago pre-pandemic when Doug Ford's popularity was at an all-time low, and then the pandemic hit, and he had a chance to reconnect with voters, and I saw throughout this campaign he capitalized on that over the last few weeks.
Hey, everybody. Good to see you, man.
Stops like this one that kick off the campaign quickly become the norm for PC leader Doug Ford.
I feel semi at home here.
Visiting construction sites and union offices as he hammers home this message.
And it's time to get it done. Let's do it. Let's get it done. We're going to get it done.
A slogan symbolizing the Tories' rosy vision for the province, immortalized in a song that plays in ads and at campaign stops. All this to paint Ford as the leader who can bring together Ontarians after 2 dark years of the pandemic by focusing on the economy.
And it means saying yes to building highways and key infrastructure.
The PCs tout construction projects like Highway 413 and investments in manufacturing.
We're breathing new life into Ontario's auto sector.
And when repeatedly pressed on his party's commitments to the environment, Ford stays on message.
That's why we're building roads and bridges and highways to get people home quicker, that they don't have to sit in gridlock and smell someone else's fumes.
Done with Doug! Done with Doug!
Ford gets his share of criticism from the other leaders, though.
I'm about getting it done. I'm about building this province.
You're about your buddies, Doug.
And that's exactly what we're going to do.
Especially his record on the pandemic.
Have you talked to a nurse about how disrespected they feel?
And why did you tell little kids like my own daughters that they couldn't go to playgrounds and that police should have more power to card?
Was everything perfect? No, it wasn't perfect. But if there was an issue, I'll get up there. I made the change. I apologize.
But lucky for Ford, this election has been more about the cost of living, and supporters at least think Ford is the best placed to tackle it.
I like how they handle the economy and healthcare system.
Committing to building, he's got all the trade unions behind him, all the skilled trades, reopening that, and reopening the economy is big for me.
So really all Doug Ford had to do was stay the course, stick to the script, not make a lot of mistakes, and get that messaging out that he's working hard, getting it done, and we'll see how well that strategy works tonight, Dwight.
And we'll be back speaking to you throughout the evening. To the opposition now, Andrea Horwath's NDP, this is her 4th time trying to convince Ontario voters she should be premier. Lorenda Redekop is in Hamilton tonight, live for us, Hamilton Centre. Lorenda, is NDP leader Horwath looking at a win or go home situation tonight?
Well, Dwight, it seems to be a lot of the supporters who are going to be here as well. This will be their 4th time coming here and seeing Andrea Horwath on election night. We've repeatedly heard that expression throughout this campaign that this is her 4th kick at the can. And for many, it's seen that really for her, she has to improve her party's standing in order to remain as NDP leader.
1 week into the campaign, already Andrea Horwath gets a question about her future and whether she'll step down if she doesn't become premier.
A couple, 3 weeks left now, I think, of this campaign, and that's where all my focus and energy is going to be.
Rewind 4 years. Horwath gives the NDP its best showing in decades.
Today, millions of people voted for change for the better.
But it's still a loss, and her 3rd one. As opposition leader, it's her job to hold Doug Ford and the PCs accountable, demanding more during the pandemic.
Why has the premier failed to act?
Sometimes things get ugly, and Ford lashes out.
It's like listening to nails on a chalkboard, listening to you.
Horwath is the first leader to release her platform.
This is our vision to make life better for people in Ontario now.
But for many, the top issue is no longer the pandemic. Instead, it's the cost of living. The federal leader steps in.
This is amazing. How are you feeling?
Despite all that the NDP does to give its campaign a boost, things don't seem to go Horvath's way. Just as she's set to tour the province's north, COVID hits.
I've been taking Tylenol, and that kind of takes the fever down.
Jagmeet Singh returns and even takes her place on the bus. Then a second attempt to head north goes south. Last-minute issues with the plane.
I don't know what spirits in the world are preventing me from getting up north.
Plan B, busing to Windsor. Horvath and her supporters make the best of it. Amping up the energy on the final weekend.
Well, hello, Windsor!
Her message, zeroing in on healthcare.
Stop the cuts! Stop the cuts!
With days to go, Horvath hits a flurry of ridings in the final stretch.
I say, wow, look at all the people. You knocked my socks off. Well, I gotta say, you're knocking my boots off, never mind just my socks.
And so the question is, with all of that passion that we see on the ground and that energy in the final stretch, did it translate into more votes overall? Because the thing is, the polls still put the NDP in third. And that energy as well from Andrea Horvath, was that the sign of a leader who knows that if she doesn't do well tonight, she will have people, including from her own party, wanting her to step down as leader? Dwight?
Lorenda Redekop at NDP headquarters for us tonight. Thank you, Lorenda. Vashi, you have been watching this campaign. We've been watching you on Power and Politics and following it. Have the three leaders been able to successfully connect with voters this campaign?
Well, Dwight, first, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. And I think ultimately we're going to find out from voters at exactly 47 minutes and 38 seconds time. At the same time, I think, Jaskrin and Sabrina, the polls can be instructive to a certain degree. We can take a few things from them. First of all, Doug Ford, despite being booed off the stage 3 years ago and having lots of criticism during the pandemic and even in other spots, seems to have shown a resilience that the other two leaders maybe haven't. What do you attribute that to, Jaskrin?
Look, he's coming off COVID, where he was able to redefine himself. And finally, after a very long time, he was able to shake off, the non-existent honeymoon phase he had right when he became leader, where things weren't looking so hot. Now people see him as someone who can probably handle tough situations, but more so someone that can carry the next step, which is all about the economy. It's about affordability, and it's about housing. And people trust the PC party on that. And Doug Ford knows that, and that he's carrying that energy with him.
Andrea Horvath, Sabrina, consistently polls ahead of her party, right? She does connect with voters, it would appear, again, according to the polls. But there is a disconnect about her message resonating with voters, at least in this campaign. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think the Liberal brand, despite that party being absolutely decimated in 2018, reduced to 7 seats, is still going strong in Ontario. And that's part of why, Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca, virtually unknown. What people do know about him, not the greatest stuff. He's got a lot of political baggage to overcome, but that has worked, he's worked the Liberal brand, and that's still going strong in Ontario. The NDP, not so much. They had their greatest showing in 2018, forming official opposition, 40 seats. Horvath tends to be more popular than her party, but if she doesn't show it tonight, she doesn't, get better than 40 seats. If she loses some, which all pollsters say is going to happen, her days could be numbered. It's her 4th kick at the can. She hasn't been able to take the premier's seat, so there's going to be a lot of questions about her leadership coming up.
And she's certainly, Jaskrin, left the door open to that possibility over the past few days. Stephen Del Duca, on the other hand, shut the door over the past few days to that possibility, but his seat is up for grabs as well, right? He's trying to get his seat back. He might not, he might. What do you think's at stake for him? Has he connected with voters in this campaign?
Well, first of all, with Horvath, you know what they say, 4 or 5 times give or take is the charm. And so if she can pull that together, good for her. With Del Duca, the issue has been he's not very charismatic. And as much as we will love to talk policy, we'll love to talk about, what's actually in platforms, or platforms that may not even exist. In the case of the PC party, people make judgment calls on personality at the end of the day. Leaders matter. In the case of Del Duca, he just hasn't been able to connect with voters in a meaningful way, even in his own riding. So if he can't pull off official opposition and he can't win his seat, chances look tough for him to come back.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Sending it back to you, Dwight. Lots to look for there.
Yes, man, from Vashi and the panel tonight. You heard it, the Liberals were crushed in 2018, the party's worst electoral defeat in its history. This is a recovery campaign for them. Let's bring in Travis Danraj live at Liberal headquarters in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Travis, leader Stephen Del Duca is trying to build back his party and win his seat.
Yeah, he's certainly trying to do that. That seat that you mentioned there, Dwight, here in Vaughan Woodbridge, critical for not only this leader and what he is going to be saying at that podium later, but also for the party. If Stephen Del Duca doesn't manage to win here, well, there could be a question as to whether or not he'll stay on as leader or he'll fight it out from the sidelines, something that he's been doing, by the way, for 2 years now, with plenty of curveballs along the way.
And the next Premier of Ontario, Mr. Stephen Del Duca.
March 7th, 2020, Stephen Del Duca becomes leader, delivering a simple promise: rebuild the party.
What we will create is a modernized political movement that will hit the ground running, that will win the next election and deliver progress for the people of Ontario.
Hitting the ground running did not happen. Days after the convention, with big plans to introduce himself to Ontarians, COVID-19 brought the province to a standstill. For 2 years, Del Duca was forced to campaign virtually.
That's why our plan calls for a massive increase in the number of special education professionals.
The pandemic was just one problem Del Duca had to face. The former cabinet minister to Kathleen Wynne needed to distance himself from the party's past and shots like this.
When families across Ontario were begging for help, he said no. This is a Del Duca win Liberal record.
Del Duca also had to introduce himself to voters, a tough task with no seat in the legislature, no way to meet residents face to face. Once the campaign began, a flurry of attack ads.
Remember life under Kathleen Wynne? Stephen Del Duca wants to take us back.
And a laundry list of promises. Buck a ride province-wide, canceling Highway 413 and investing in schools instead. During the debate, Del Duca turned up the heat on Ford.
You need to stop reading the script that looks like it came out of the fiction section. The people of Ontario are fed up with your slogans and your empty words. They want real action.
In the final days, the path to premiership, even official opposition, has narrowed. Del Duca runs the risk of not even winning his own seat. That promise to win back Queen's Park, not impossible, but like many battles he's faced since becoming leader, a tough act to pull off. So what all this really boils down to is whether or not Stephen Del Duca was able to convince Ontarians that they want change right now, and also convincing he is that change that they need. We'll find out if he was able to do that in just a couple of hours, possibly even less. Back to you in studio, Dwight.
We will speak to you later, Travis. Thank you for that. Now, with the possibility of a tight race for one of the party leaders, Eric Grenier has been keeping a close eye on Vaughan Woodbridge. Eric, it is not a good look if the party leader loses.
No, it is not, and that would make life for Stephen Del Duca much harder. So let's take a look at his riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. It's just up here north of the city of Toronto, and Michael Tobolo, he won this seat away from Stephen Del Duca in 2018. So Stephen Del Duca is hoping to make Michael Tobolo a one-term MPP. We'll see if he'll be successful there. There are some other ridings that we're going to be keeping an eye on. One of them is in Toronto, York South-Weston. This is an interesting race. It is won by the NDP's Faisal Hassan in 2018. He's running for re-election. But Michael Ford is trying to take the seat. That is the nephew of Doug Ford. So we'll see if the Ford family dynasty is going to get a continuation tonight. One of the other places we're keeping an eye on is going to be Kitchener-Waterloo area. There's a couple very close ridings there, looking at places like Cambridge, Kitchener-Conestoga. These were places where the PCs are hoping to hold them, but they're going to have to hold off the New Blue Party. They have some candidates there, including the leader, Jim Karahalios, and a former PC MPP, Belinda Karahalios. We'll see if there'll be any vote splits on the right. And then finally, a riding that a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on tonight, especially me, is Parry Sound Muskoka in Northern Ontario. This is a riding that has voted for the PCs for decades, but the Greens are hoping that this could be their second seat. Matt Richter, he's run for the Greens in every election since 2007, hasn't been successful yet. There's some hope for the Greens that maybe this will be their second seat.
Thank you, Eric. That Ford brand certainly strong in Etobicoke. We'll see if that plays out tonight. Now, the Liberal leader seat may be in jeopardy, but the Green Party is confident their leader will hold on to his. Chris Glover is live in Guelph for us tonight. And Chris, history was made in 2018 when the Green Party won its first seat. Will they be able to pick up another one tonight?
You better believe that that is their hope, and there's a lot of optimism in this room that that will be able to happen this time. You heard Eric talking about Parry Sound Muskoka and how he's going to be watching closely for that race. Well, everybody in this room tonight, as they filter in at this party headquarters in Guelph, they will also be watching very closely to see what happens there in Parry Sound Muskoka. They believe, the Green Party believes, that they have a very good shot at that riding, particularly because they're seeing a surge in popularity. And as a result of Mike Schreiner, the leader, finally getting elected in the riding of Guelph in 2018, he won this riding with 45% support. And then as a result of that historic win in 2018, they're thinking that they can make history again tonight with a second, maybe even a third seat. Really, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Mike Schreiner was a part of the conversation in this election campaign like never before, finally being able to get to that big televised leaders debate stage. He has been leader of the Green Party since 2009. That's just as long as NDP leader Andrea Horwath, but this was the first time in that big debate, and his campaign team tells me that that was a big shift in momentum for the Green Party and for Mike Schreiner as well. So they're hoping to capitalize off of that, and tonight they'll be measuring success off three things. First of all, can Mike Schreiner get reelected here in Guelph? Second, can they increase their share of the popular support? And then third, can they win that riding of Parry Sound, Muskoka, and possibly pick up another one in Toronto? Those are the storylines that we will be watching for closely when it comes to the Green campaign tonight. Dwight?
Thank you for that, Chris. Exciting times ahead. We've got a lot planned for you tonight. We're going to take a short break as we wait for those polls to close. The countdown clock currently says we are about 38 minutes away from polls closing. When we come back, we will hear from voters who are joining us at a CBC Watch Party.
a lot of people could start a family here with what's happening with the housing.
Take the burden off us at home with the rising prices of everyday things.
And they need to be thinking of families first and children and mental health.
And not putting any money here for internet. It's a big, big deal. There's so many people here who don't even have high-speed, affordable internet, and they're building a bloody Highway 413. Hello?
Those are some of the issues that are top of mind for people in this province, and we're getting a better picture of what people care about most with the help of Vote Compass. For more, let's go to Farah Morelli. She's been digging into Vote Compass data. And Farah, before we get to the findings, why don't you tell us what Vote Compass is all about?
Yeah, Dwight, so how it works is it invites Ontarians to fill out this online survey. It then takes those answers and weighs them against census data to give us some of the findings that we're going to talk about right now. And I can tell you that the number one issue, that is the issue that Ontarians mentioned most frequently in this Vote Compass survey, was, no surprise, housing and housing affordability. But what's really interesting, though, is that this is a distinct shift from the trends that we saw in 2018. And I'll pull up our first board to give you a look at what those trends were. So when we talk about housing, that was actually the 9th most important issue, or the 9th most frequently mentioned issue by voters in 2018. Only about 5% even mentioned it at all. So we're seeing this sort of fourfold increase in that figure as we head into this provincial election. Back in 2018, the most important issue to voters, according to this data, was the economy. Clearly, with the skyrocketing price of real estate in Ontario, rental prices, affordability, a big issue. We're seeing that shift that we're seeing now. Now, it gets a little bit more interesting when you dig deeper into the data, and we'll pull up the next board to take a look at that. We can actually get a snapshot of just who believes affordability is one of the most important issues. If you look at the younger age groups, 18 to 29, 30 to 39, they of course believe housing affordability is one of the bigger issues. But when you go to the older age groups, this is 50 to 59, or 50 to 64 and 65 plus, they believe healthcare is the most important issue. So a bit of a divergence there. But we're going to pull up the most important issues 1 to 5 according to this data. You can see other issues, of course, there like healthcare and the environment. These are issues that are, of course, important in every election. But I want to point your attention to something that's not on this list, and that is COVID-19 and the COVID-19 response. You might be maybe a little surprised by that, given how much the pandemic has dominated our lives for the past 2 years. The response to the pandemic has been inherently political. But Dwight, as we saw during the campaign, there was not a ton of mentions of COVID-19 and the response. So when we look at this data and we see how voters feel about these issues, maybe we get a sense of why that is. Yeah, and it was such an important issue for 2 years, and still it is in some cases. Now, of course, we want to hear from voters themselves. What has been motivating them in this campaign? Kelda Ewan is live tonight in Humber River, Black Creek. Kelda, this is a riding with some of the lowest voter turnouts in the GTA, and it is an important riding, not only because it includes Jane and Finch, where I grew up.
That's right, Dwight. Now, I am here at Black Creek Community Health Center in the neighborhood of Jane and Finch, where you proudly grew up. Now, this riding of Humber River Black Creek did have one of the lowest voter turnouts in the last provincial election. 47% of eligible voters went to the polls. That was the lowest turnout in the city of Toronto, the 3rd lowest in the province. But the people who are with me here today, they are very engaged, very passionate about this community, and they'd like to change that this time around. Now, we have invited members of the community here to join us and watching the election results here tonight. You can see them behind me. Yeah, there we go. We got the screen set up. We got food and snacks. These people behind me, many of them are from the Jane and Finch community. Some of them have been part of our stories leading up to this election. Now, this riding is known for its diversity. More than 75% of residents here are people of color. 22% are low income, and they have very unique struggles and needs and barriers. Now, I am joined with me. Joining me now is Nazra Mohammed. She is a lifelong resident of this area. And Nazra, you have been talking to us about affordable housing, the need for the government to focus more on renters. Tell me, what would you like to see from the next government when it comes to affordability?
I feel like there's no conversation of what affordability means. Affordability does not mean $1,800 for one-bed apartment. Rent control needs to be prioritized. There's a lot of conversation about buying a home, but a lot of people in urban communities, urban centers like this specific area are renters. There's also no investment in actual affordable housing when it comes to social housing. What does RGI mean? What does 30% of our income mean? There needs to be a reworking of what strategies we have to look towards. because housing is a crisis. It's not an investment. It's not a stock market. We are going through a lot right now as young people and low-income communities. So we need to have a better conversation, and the provincial government needs to do that in the next 4 years right now, whoever is the leader.
Thank you so much, Nazra. Very well said. Now, I also have with me Rochelle Nelson, who is also a resident of this area. Rochelle, same question to you. What would you like to see from the next government when it comes to cost of living, when it comes to affordability?
For sure. I think one of the biggest issues that we've seen since the ending of the pandemic is the higher rates of accessing to food banks and food insecurity. And especially in urban areas and low-income communities, we realize that there are more fast food spaces and less emphasis on fresh produce in our communities. And especially in our spaces, we need those type of things going on, and fresh food and all those type of things at an affordable rate for us to be able to access it. And I feel like we don't have those things in our community, which either leads to higher determinants of health.
Thank you so much, Rochelle.
Thank you.
Now, these are topics. This is a conversation that we will be continuing here tonight in Humber River, Black Creek, as we take in the live election results. Back to the studio.
Thank you for that, Kelda. You heard it there, Mike. People have been talking about it in low-income communities like that, especially. Affordability is a big concern for voters, especially when it comes to housing. We've been in a pandemic for 2 years. How have any of these issues been able to move the needle in this campaign?
You know, Dwight, it was just really compelling to hear that stuff from those voters in Humber River Black Creek. And certainly what the polling is indicating is that affordability, cost of living issues are top of mind for voters. But what we haven't seemed to see in the campaign is how the parties have actually, moved the needle. Have they been able to persuade voters that what they were offering related to cost of living and affordability somehow made a compelling reason to vote for them? So you had Doug Ford in the run-up to the election, the government offering rebates on people's license plate renewal fees and canceling those fees. Obviously something that's going to appeal to drivers, and there are millions of drivers in this province. $120 a year, it's not nothing, but it seemed to resonate with people. Stephen Del Duca, early in the campaign, brought up this idea of what he called buck a ride. So in other words, he was going after the transit users. And, the fact is, politically, there's a whole bunch more folks out there who are driving than are using transit. And so, neither of those things seem to actually make much of a difference, given what we saw in the polls.
Thank you, Mike. I mean, it is interesting. The issues are there. We're going to see if the voters have been connected with voters, and it led to the results tonight. We are about 26 minutes from most polls closing, but we want to remind you that there have been problems at 27 polling stations, which means we will have some delayed results tonight. If you are in line or know somebody that's in line, stay in line, they're telling us. Until after 9 p.m., you will still have a chance to vote. It's important to get that message out there. There are 10.7 million people in our province who are eligible to vote. Among them, the leaders themselves. Doug Ford spent the day in the riding of Etobicoke North. Andrew Horvath voted in Hamilton, as did Stephen Del Duca in Vaughan Woodbridge. Green Party leader Mike Schreiner voted in Guelph at City Hall. Now, last election saw the highest turnout in more than a decade, with more than 56% of voters casting a ballot. Now, Vashi, are voters motivated this election? Because last election, we know why everybody came out. It was a change election. This time,
there was a real impetus last election for voters to come out. And as you point out, they did in record numbers. I do want to say I'm getting a number of text messages from people in the parties who are all expressing to me how even lower turnout is from their early analysis than what they expected. Jasker and Sabrina, I want to bring you in on this. I asked one person in one of the parties, well, how low? Like extra low? They said subtract 10% from that. These are obviously early estimates. I don't want to presume what's going to happen. We've got 25 minutes, as we can see on the countdown clock there, to figure out how, until the polls close. But what is your early sense of what that low turnout could mean?
Yeah, I've been hearing the same thing, low turnout, much lower than expected, than we'd seen in past years, certainly in 2018. That's going to help Doug Ford and the status quo when voter turnout is low. It would be major for the Liberals. Obviously, they had the most to gain in the 416 and the 905. So obviously, turnout for them would be a big deal. And same with the NDP. You know, they had this strategy of targeting PC-held ridings, and so bringing out the vote, you know, will help grow their caucus, obviously. But if it's not happening, you know, we could see them losing seats, especially seats that they held in 2018.
What do you think the difference is? Is it just that, Jaskrin, it's not a change election? Is it that there's no real central ballot box question for voters? Like, what might have led or might be leading to depressed numbers when it comes to turnout?
Look, every campaign tries to shape an election to two directions, either change or status quo, which we've touched upon a little bit. And Doug Ford is going to make this a status quo election, nothing too crazy, don't rock the boat, slow and steady as it goes. It was up to Del Duca and Horwath to make this a change election and put something on the table that would push voters out of their homes. Now, I'm not nostalgic about OAC in grade 13, but I'm sure some folks that spoke to Del Duca said this is really going to shake voters. Like, if that's what you're coming up with, don't expect too much to change here. And a vote order turnout, as Sabrina was mentioning, yeah, this is going to benefit the PC party. Who's going to come out and vote every time, no matter what? It's older voters, and those voters are squarely with Doug Ford.
Do you think that, you know, is there any chance that it doesn't benefit Doug Ford to a certain degree, only because I'm thinking of some conversations I had with people I came across today who said, oh, we just assume Doug Ford's going to win, so we're not going to go out. Like, does that potentially, Sabrina, have any impact?
Yeah, of course. There's always the risk here that the Conservatives have been too cocky. They've been front runners. Doug Ford hasn't been, showing up necessarily, especially compared to his rivals, to answer media questions. That's what the insiders call a front runner campaign. As just Karen said, like slow and steady, not wanting to rock the boat here. Ford has put his foot in his mouth many times, and so they didn't want that to happen again. I think that, it could also galvanize the anti-Ford vote too. The problem is that they haven't really decided if they're going to vote NDP or Liberals, and of course both those parties are positioning themselves as the ones to take down Ford and the Conservatives. But it could galvanize NDP and Liberal voters. If you've been hearing, as we have throughout this campaign, that the Conservatives are in the lead, it might actually bring you out to the polls.
It could galvanize them, Dwight, but at the same time, it seems like voters are split on where they want that galvanized vote to go, right? And so it doesn't appear, or might not end up that one party specifically benefits from that, if it does happen at all.
And we're going to find out in about 22 minutes about that. And we know Vashi has her contacts. You have your contacts. I will say, when I went to vote this morning, there was only 3 of us in the room.
Yeah, and Dwight, I mean, just like Vashi and Sabrina were saying, I've been getting messages from the parties. All 3 parties now have talked to me, and the range that they are expecting for turnout to be is between 45 and 47%. Now, if that's what happens, that will be the lowest turnout ever in an Ontario election. The lowest previously was a little over 48%. That was 2011 Dalton McGuinty's minority that time.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to keep on top of this issue as the night plays out. We're going to take one last break. The countdown clock on your screen says we are about 21 minutes until most polls close. We have lots more straight ahead, including a check-in with our reporters and the issues that did get voters talking this election. We are live in Ottawa, Windsor, and Thunder Bay. One of the issues that changed the conversation during the campaign was, of course, the deadly storm. It killed 10 people in Ontario, left hundreds of thousands across this province without power, and forced the party leaders to talk about climate change. Difficult to forget these images when hundreds of truckers took over the nation's capital in February. Members of the so-called Freedom Convoy parked their big rigs right outside Parliament, shutting down businesses for weeks and leaving many residents feeling like captives in their own city. Doug Ford feeling the frustration of those residents, many critical of the fact the PC leader didn't travel to Ottawa once during the occupation. Joanne Kielnello covers local politics in Ottawa and has been on the campaign trail for us this past month. Joanne, have voters let go of that anger?
You know, Dwight, I still hear now that people are angry that he was not here during those occupations or even soon after. Actually, he's only been here twice all year. That includes the one and only campaign stop he made here Monday on Monday morning for about 3 hours. During that convoy, those 3 weeks in February, there was a lot of criticism that the PC government, Doug Ford, didn't do enough to deal with that situation sooner. On the second weekend, Doug Ford was working up at his cottage, and then there were photos out that he'd been snowmobiling. That really angered people. And the fact he didn't come soon after that, you heard it again, and certainly the other leaders, Del Duca and Horvath, they really made hay with that as well. But again, not just the convoy, but the storm that we have just had. The day after those devastating storms, Ford went to Uxbridge to visit people, to meet with them, but he did not come here until Monday. In fact, he was supposed to come here last Thursday and put that off, even though there was no practical reason he couldn't come. And again, you've heard that from, I'm hearing that from many people in the city, that they feel ignored by Doug Ford.
I remember Del Duca really attacking him for not coming to that region. Now, Joanne, you're in the riding of Ottawa West Nepean. The PC snatched it away from the Liberals in 2018, and now the Liberals want it back.
Yeah, this is the kind of riding, Dwight, that the Liberals have to win if they're going to make any kind of comeback from their devastating loss of 2018. It used to be something of a Liberal stronghold for 15 years, but last time around, the NDP really surged. With the Liberal vote collapsing, the non-PC vote all pushed over to the NDP. People went to bed last time. It was so close here, Dwight, that people went to bed last time thinking the NDP had won, but in fact woke up to a PC victory. The incumbent, Jeremy Roberts, won by only 175 votes. The NDP candidate, Chandra Pasma, she's running again as well. They would love to win this seat. They've never won the NDP in Ottawa West Nepean. But instead, the Liberals are hoping for a comeback. I'm here at Liberal candidate Sam Balasar's campaign, or headquarters, where they're just sort of setting up now. And they are thinking this is a seat they need to win back, but I think it's going to be pretty close. Everyone's kind of, thinking there's going to be another nail biter tonight.
Yeah, the drama continues to unfold, and we will check back with you later. Thank you for that, Joanne. Now, let's go from the Ottawa region to the Windsor region. The PCs have been pushing themselves as the party for the blue-collar worker. They've been targeting the union vote in an NDP stronghold. Katerina Georgieva is live in the riding of Essex Forest. Katerina.
Hi, Dwight. Yes, I'm here at the local headquarters for the PCs where Anthony Liardi, the Conservative candidate, he actually just arrived. You can see the crowd is already gathering here in anticipation of the results. And as you mentioned, this is a riding and a region that the PCs are really hoping that they can flip some seats in their favor from the NDP. And to do so, in contrast to what you heard that's been happening in Ottawa, Doug Ford has made numerous visits to Windsor, Essex in the last several months, really pitching himself as the guy to bring jobs to the community, attaching himself to major announcements like the Stellantis electric vehicle battery plant coming to the region as well. Now, if they manage to flip some seats, it would be a big deal because, like I said, this has been an NDP stronghold for years and years. Before that, it was a Liberal, the Liberals dominated as well, but what's different this time around is that 2 out of the 3 NDP incumbents, they're not running for re-election this time around, really allowing for a gap that the PCs are looking, that they're looking to fill. So Taras Natashak, he held this particular seat in Essex since 2011. He's not running again, and it's Anthony Liardi who's hoping to fill that for the PCs. He is a lawyer. He is also a former deputy mayor for Amherstburg as well. That's the town that we're in right now, which falls under the riding of Essex as well. So he's up against the NDP candidate Ron Leclerc, who's hoping to keep that seat orange. He's a public school board trustee as well. And the Liberals and other parties are hoping to make a dent. So we're going to keep an eye out, see how this shapes up, see if the PCs manage to do what they're hoping for, which is flip that seat.
Yeah, Kettering, they're already happy. They're already applauding. So it should be a big night there. Look, they're applauding again. Thank you for that. Now, Northern Ontario covers a large piece of territory. It's been painted orange. You can see it here in front of us for some time now. These are the results from the 2018 election. Look at it there, orange all through the north. Matt Biz is at CBC in Thunder Bay with how the PCs hope to steal NDP seats there. Matt.
Hi, Dwight. I'm in the CBC Thunder Bay station in the Thunder Bay Atikokan riding. This riding was home to one of the closest races in the province 4 years ago. Just 81 votes was the difference as the NDP managed to unseat the longtime Liberal incumbent in this riding. And this is one seat in particular where the PCs seem to think that they have a chance to flip. As well, the other Thunder Bay area seat, Thunder Bay Superior North, is another one they've been targeting. They have new candidates in these ridings that they haven't put up before. And they have an NDP incumbent who is seeking re-election. And in the Thunder Bay Superior North riding, you have a longtime former MPP, Michael Gravel. He's not seeking re-election. So they see that seat is up for grabs. And if they were able to take one of the Thunder Bay seats, that would be particularly significant because the PCs have not had a Thunder Bay area MPP in their caucus since the 1980s. Two other seats I want to mention to watch tonight. In Timmins, 32-year NDP incumbent Gilles Bisson, he's facing a challenge from sitting Timmins Mayor George Peary. That race is interesting because the Liberals don't have a candidate in that riding, so that's essentially a two-horse race. I think Sault Ste. Marie is another one to watch tonight. PC incumbent Ross Romano facing a rematch against an NDP challenger that came within 400 votes 4 years ago. And Parry Sound Muskoka, let's not forget the Greens. That could be a seat where if they're going to have a second member of their caucus, it could come there. So, Dwight, I think right now we could be looking at seats flipping, maybe making the difference between a majority or minority government, or perhaps deciding who forms official opposition. Back to you, back to the studio.
Thank you for that, Matt. The North definitely will play a role tonight, and we are getting closer to 9 o'clock, folks, almost 10 minutes away from the majority of the polls closing. And remember, that's when we can start bringing you the results. Now, there are some polls that will be open longer. Anybody in line, stay there. You will be able to vote after 9 o'clock. We've got lots planned for you tonight from our reporters right across the province. We'll have results and analysis, but we need to bring in Eric Grenny again to set the stage for us, Eric.
Yeah, let's set the stage by looking back at what the results were back in 2018. This was a big PC majority government. They were able to win 76 seats. Now, 76 seats means that they can afford to lose 13 seats and still form a majority government. So that is going to be a number we're going to be watching throughout the night to see if the PCs can clear the 63-seat mark needed for majority government. And with where some of the polls are at the end of the campaign, might not be that much of a challenge. But for the NDP, a challenge for them will be to reduce the amount of losses that they might suffer. They had 40 seats last time. This is their best result since they formed government in 1990. For Andrew Horwath, this is her fourth campaign. She's going to have to put up some really good numbers if she wants to try to have another campaign as NDP leader. And for the Liberals, Stephen Del Duca, the Liberals had their worst result in the history of the Ontario Liberal Party. Only 7 seats last time. He needs to do better than that. And then the Greens, 1 seat. They would like a second.
All out tonight. I'm enjoying the fancy graphics there. We're going to be using that throughout the evening. Thank you, Eric. If you take a look at the lower part of your screen, these graphics are important too. These boxes are all at 0 right now, but once we get going, you will start to see the numbers appear, and those are the seats where the parties are leading or elected. This is where this race is going to play out tonight. 63 needed for a majority government. So you need to keep your eye on the bottom of that screen throughout the evening. And just a reminder for our ASL users, complete coverage is available with ASL translation and closed captions on your online stream. You can access that by using the URL. We are also on CBC Gem and on YouTube. Let's go back to Kelda Ewan, who is in the heart of Humber River Black Creek. And Kelda, you're speaking with voters there tonight.
That's right, Dwight. We have a great, lively crowd here ready to take in the live election results. I want to bring you over here to our posted board, as you can see. So through the night, we have been asking people in this community to add to this board the issues that they voted on in this election and the changes that they'd like to see. So some of the things that have been brought up, affordable housing, more resident-led initiatives. We have more outreach. Youth voices need to be heard, more community health services, and jobs has popped up a couple of times. Now, precarious employment is a big concern in this community. We held a listening session in this riding of Humber River Black Creek a couple of weeks ago, and residents spoke of the lack of permanent full-time jobs, and that is being brought up again today. Now, I have with me Andrea Tabner. She is from the Jane Finch Unity Organization. Thanks so much for joining us, Andrea. Andrea, we know that there are a lot of barriers when it comes to jobs in this community. How would you like the government to address that?
I would like the government to address those barriers when it comes to jobs in the community in regards to youths, because the youths are the ones facing the most barriers, and those barriers are involving, they might have a criminal record, or they might be intentionally not well educated towards getting a job, or the address they might be living at. So I want the government to look at our youths and make jobs available that can help vulnerable youths in the Jane and Finch community.
And that's something that we saw on the board, more jobs for youth specifically.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Now, I also have with me Dustin Sharp, who's coming up here. Hi, Dustin. Now, Dustin, you are 24 years old. You live in this community. Tell me about your experience as a job seeker in this area and some of the barriers that you've experienced. What would you like to see from the government?
So, from the government, I'd like to see more opportunities for employment for youth, and also more job programs and training programs and just better overall education on employment.
Yeah. What has been some of your experiences as a job seeker in this community?
So my experience as a job seeker is, what would I say? I'd like to see more at-risk youth be given opportunities to prove themselves within these spaces like I was given. And I'd say that's it, just more opportunities and more chances for the youth.
And that's come up a lot on our board too, not just better jobs for youth, but as well more programming, more resources for youth mental health. That's also been talked about. And Dwight, yeah, we will be here all night. We'll be watching the live results as they come in, waiting to see what happens. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Kelda. We're about 5 minutes from most of those polls closing. Mike Bashi, the big question tonight, whether Doug Ford and the PCs will be able to get a majority or not. What will be some of the keys to making that happen?
Well, Dwight, what I've got my eye on are the seats in which the PCs were the most vulnerable, the seats that they won by the slimmest margins last time. So I'm looking at about 15 to 18 ridings, and frankly, if the PCs can hold on to those, they're on a clear track towards another majority. And then the question becomes, well, how big is that majority going to be, right? Are they able to actually pry away a few other seats away from the NDP in other parts of the province? And we'll see just how big that number gets if that's what happens.
Actually, so many questions. We're hoping voters answer for us.
Yeah, look, I've got my eyes peeled on that clock. 4 minutes to go. Are we, and my big question right now, big picture, are we going to find out in 4 minutes the outcome, right? How fast are we going to know?
Yes.
And by that, I mean, not just how fast are the votes counted, but if this is a big majority, maybe even a bigger majority than they have right now, than the PCs have right now, how soon are we going to know that? I think time will tell us. We've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, and I'm on the edge of my seat because I think we might know pretty soon.
Yes, we're going to have a long night with all the results, and there's going to be a lot of drama, and it's going to unfold right here for you folks. We are coming up to the top of that clock. About 3.5 minutes left until those polls close. We've been telling you about the 27 polling stations across the province that have delayed results. How do you think that might play in? Will it be a big factor tonight, guys, that issue? Because it happens every election. We have some issues, no?
Yeah, I mean, it may be a factor in terms of our ability or the ability of the CBC News decision desk to project what is happening if some of those races are still close. So that's the way it may affect things tonight.
Vash, are you hearing from your people about any issues at those stations?
They're not overly concerned. I know earlier in the day we were talking about some of the data from these polling stations, and there's a look right now at
that's Doug Ford's family.
And his family watching what's happening. We were talking about some of the issues there. Most of the parties I spoke to said those issues are resolved. They're a little not concerned, but watching to see if some of these votes are delayed, certainly. But, to be confirmed, to be seen. Right now, we're looking at that clock 2.5 minutes, and there could be some, significant results rolling in.
Yeah. Doug looks pretty comfortable in that couch there with the family. We'll see what happens tonight. We are coming up to the top of the clock. As we've been telling you, 27 polling stations across the province have had delayed results. Anybody held up in a line will still get a chance to vote even after 9 o'clock. Our countdown clock here says about 2 minutes and 10 seconds until the polls close. But remember, there are about 27 that are going through some issues right now. For real-time results for every riding in Ontario, head over to CBCNews.ca/Toronto and download the CBC News app for the latest updates. They're going to be sent directly to your phone. So, will Doug Ford's PCs hang on to power? Can Andrea Horwath's NDP prevent a Tory majority? Will the Liberals get back to official party status? Guess what, folks? We are about to find out.
Prices of groceries and stuff like that.
The gas prices, wage increase, cost of living, housing.
Ontario voters facing an affordability crisis, and the leaders are making promises.
We'll build 1.5 million homes over the next 10 years.
Promises.
We're going to deliver Buck a Ride province-wide.
And more promises.
Your dental care will be covered.
Building 160,000 affordable community rental homes.
2 years into the pandemic, will voters give Doug Ford another 4 years?
Mr. Ford, have you talked to a nurse lately?
24/7, I was working on this pandemic.
This is the job that you signed up for 4 years ago.
Then, COVID knocks 2 leaders off the campaign trail.
Headache and sore throat.
I'm feeling fine.
And Ford feeling the love from unions with 8 endorsements.
You're out of touch with the hardworking men and women.
I think you need to look in the mirror, Mr. Ford.
The NDP and Liberals seem to go after each other as much as the PC leader.
Respectfully, Ms. Horwath, every time you attack me, as you've done for a year, Doug Ford smiles.
When a deadly storm sweeps across southern Ontario, it forces the leaders to address another issue.
Doug Ford is in essence a climate change denier.
I believe in climate change.
We know that there's some things that need to be fixed around our provincial response to disasters.
Now, after 29 days of crisscrossing the province, the decision is in the hands of Ontario's voters. Welcome to CBC's Election Special, Ontario Votes 2022. We are live from Studio 42 at the Canadian Broadcasting Centre in downtown Toronto. I'm Dwight Drummond. Next to me is the host of Power and Politics, Vashi Kapelis. To my left, our Provincial Affairs reporter, Mike Crawley. It is now 9 o'clock. The majority of the polls have closed, and we are waiting for the results to start rolling in. You will be able to see them all night at the bottom of your screen. That's the race right there. You will be watching it live throughout the evenings. 124 seats in our legislature. 63 are needed for a majority government. And as the night goes on, you'll see those ridings fill in the color of the winning party. So let's get to it. Our reporters are live across the province and at party headquarters. We begin tonight with Lisa Shing with the PCs. Lisa, how is this party feeling about the night right now?
Well, things are starting to pick up here at PC headquarters in Etobicoke North. That's Doug Ford's riding. You can't see it, but off to my left is the Yes Express. That's Ford's campaign bus that he's been taking to campaign stops over the last few weeks. And also, if you can see, balloons hanging up, ready to be dropped. The crowd is hopeful tonight. Ford himself was watching the results on TV at his late mother's house. We're hearing that he's going to be arriving here in about half an hour or so. So we'll be watching out for that. Meanwhile, though, I was walking around in the crowd trying to talk to some of the supporters who have trickled in here already. And they're excited. You know, they're wearing the Doug Ford t-shirts and waving those little flags around, drinks in hand. And I asked why exactly they're here tonight and got a couple of different answers. One is that they like the fact that Ford is really, focusing on the economy after the pandemic. And the other answer I got was, not surprisingly, the Ford brand this time around. They were supporters of Doug Ford's late brother, Rob Ford, and now they're here to support Doug Ford tonight and hoping that he is victorious tonight. Dwight.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Stephen Del Duca is hoping to win a seat tonight. Travis Danraj is live in Vaughan with the Liberals. Travis?
Yeah, hey there, Dwight. Well, he's hoping to win certainly a lot of seats in Queen's Park, but one in particular, that's his own seat here in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. We are at the Paramount Events Centre right now. This is where Stephen Del Duca is hoping to deliver a victory speech tonight. We'll see whether or not that happens. We'll show you the room right now, and there are a couple of supporters that have arrived right now for what they're hoping will be a victory party, but this certainly is going to be a tall order for Stephen Del Duca, as I mentioned, because of that defeat last time in the election and them really going down to not official status as a party. So he wants to rebuild this party. He says he is going to do that with a significant seat count. Will they become the official opposition? We'll certainly find out tonight, and we'll see whether or not Stephen Del Duca speaks to the media. The indication from his team is that he is not planning on doing that this evening, right?
Thank you for that, Travis. We will check back with you a little later. Let's go to Lorenda Redekop. Now, before we do that, look at the bottom of your screen. We're starting to count the votes as they come in. And at the screen, you'll see the votes will be reflected where parties' members are either leading or elected in that riding. Lorenda Redekop is in Hamilton with Andrea Horvath. She has been running third in these polls. Lorenda, how's the party feeling out in Hamilton tonight?
Well, we're seeing the numbers on our screen, but it's different numbers that the crowd is seeing here. There are still just a few supporters who are here tonight. But I want to say that 4 years ago, I covered the NDP campaign, and it did take supporters a while to trickle in then as well. And also, the other question is, could COVID-19 be factoring into this, and could supporters be actually watching results at home versus here tonight? We know that Andrea Horvath, the NDP leader, she's watching in a hotel nearby. I can't imagine what this night is like for her and what this entire day has been like for her, because there have been so many questions. This is her fourth time running as party leader. Will she remain as NDP leader after this? And will the party remain as the official opposition tonight? So lots of questions here. It could be a nervous crowd here tonight, Dwight.
Thank you for that, Lorenda. We will see you later also as we wait for more results to come rolling in. And the PCs just put up 2 on the board. Their voting times at 27 polling stations have been extended tonight, some by as many as 2 hours. So that means we will have a delay in the results. And this affects about 19 ridings. Let's go to Eric now with some of the first results. Eric.
Starting to get some results on my map. These are little specks of color. But so let's look at Sudbury. That is one of the ridings that is starting to report now. Jamie West is leading by 2 votes over David Farrow in Northern Ontario. Sudbury is a key riding for the NDP. They expect to hold that. Let's take a look at the next riding where we're starting to get some results. Richmond Hill, Raymond Bouchan has a lead of 1 vote. 1 vote has been counted. He would like the count to stop there, but it's not going to. Let's move on to the next riding. This is going to be Ottawa Centre. Ottawa Centre, Joel Hardin has a lead of 42 votes over Katie Gibbs of the Liberals. Still very early, only 1 of 120 polls reporting. And in Nepean, in Ottawa as well, Lisa MacLeod, cabinet minister there, has a lead of 24 votes over Tyler Watt. That is a very early on in the count. Jerry Pribyl in London North Centre. Now, this is a riding that is held by the NDP. Terence Kernaghan is in 3rd place there, but again, still very early on. We'll take a look at the map. As I said, just little specks of color. This is going to start filling in pretty soon.
It will be a beautiful map in no time for you there, Eric, with lots of colors of some blue and some orange and some red and maybe a little more green for you. Let's head out to Green headquarters. Chris Glover is out in Guelph. Chris.
Hey, Dwight. Well, I heard Lorenda and Travis talking about how there were only a couple of people at their parties tonight, but already here in Guelph at this party, this room is filling up. There's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. They made history in 2018, sending Mike Schreiner, the first ever Green MPP, to the legislature, and they're hoping to make history again. This time sending 2, possibly 3. That's what they're hoping for. It'll be a tough fight if they're able to do either of those things, and it would certainly be historic as well. And as I was mentioning, a lot of people have excitedly come to this party tonight, including 13-year-old Allie. Allie, why was it so important for you to come here tonight?
Well, I'm really interested and engaged in the climate change movement, and one reason I'm really interested is because a few years back I had a teacher that really got me involved into this type of stuff.
Okay, and so I was just saying to the audience that right now the Greens heading into this thing had one seat in the Ontario legislature. They're hoping for a second. What do you think that would mean for the Green Party?
That would mean a lot more input into the vote, into the decisions made up there.
Okay, and that's exactly what Mike Schreiner has been saying as well. You heard as soon as Ali went on TV there, the crowd went crazy for him. They are excited already, Dwight, and they're certainly going to be looking very closely at what happens in Guelph. And I was mentioning earlier, Parry Sound, Muskoka. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
You should let Ali know, though, Chris, that the Greens are on the board. One seat is up there, so they are leading or elected in that. And we're going to say leading because we're still counting votes. It's so close to 9 o'clock, but the Greens are on the board. Let him know. He'll be happy to hear that. Thank you, Chris.
I'll let him know. Thanks, Dwight.
All right, let's head out to the Windsor region and check in on how things are going out there. Katerina Georgieva is in Essex. Katerina.
Hi there, Dwight. Yeah, certainly, again, the anticipation here is building. People are checking their phones, waiting for results. They're also watching CBC, so they're reacting as well. So, again, this is an NDP stronghold here in the Essex riding. Anthony Liardi is the PC candidate who's hoping to flip this seat from NDP to PCs. The PCs have really been campaigning and pushing to win over Windsor-Essex. Now, at the provincial level, this hasn't been done in a very long time. This particular riding, it's been NDP really since the 60s. And the other thing I should mention is that there's a real difference to how the PCs approached Windsor-Essex this time around compared to 4 years ago, where this region was largely ignored. There were also certain decisions made 4 years ago by the PCs, like removing electrical vehicle rebates at that time that was sort of against the auto industry. And this is very much an auto industry region. Very different this time around. Doug Ford, again, like I said before, attaching himself to those major announcements around the Stellantis electric vehicle battery plant, as well as upgrades to the Windsor Assembly plant, really pitching himself as a man of the people here in this riding. And again, folks here really excited for Anthony Liardi, really hoping that the seat will flip. Dwight.
Thank you for that, Katerina, out in Essex tonight. As the results start to roll in, you can see there 21, 5, 3, and 1, leading or elected. Let's check in with Eric for an update. Eric.
Yeah, we're going to start looking at some more of the results that we're getting in. You can see my map is starting to get a little bit more color. Let's start with Guelph, where Mike Schreiner is, of course, hoping to get reelected. He won by a big margin in 2018. You can see he's currently ahead by 554 votes over Peter McSherry. I don't think there's any doubt that he's going to hold on to that riding tonight, but we'll wait until more results are counted. Scarborough Agincourt, this is a riding that the PCs were able to win last time, and Aris Babikian has a lead of 286 votes right now over Sue Wong of the Liberals. Let's look at the next result coming in. Ajax, this is a riding. This used to be Rod Phillips' riding. He is not running again. He resigned earlier this year. Patrice Barnes is currently leading by 42 votes over Amber Bowen of the Liberals. Still early on, still 2 of 41 polls reporting. Brampton North, here we have Graham McGregor is leading by 70 votes over Harinda Malley of the Liberals. She was a former MPP there. Sandeep Singh is the NDP candidate. He defeated Kevin Yard in a nomination contest. He would have been the NDP incumbent. Let's look at the next riding. Don Valley East, just very few votes counted here. Adil Shamji is leading by just 6 over Sam Moyni. And we can take a look at the next results that are still starting to come in. Humber River Black Creek, we've been hearing from folks out there. Paul Nguyen has a lead of 69 votes right now over Tom Rakosevich. He was the incumbent MPP in that riding.
Thank you for that, Eric. As we look at some of these early results, Mike, coming in, we're starting to see a direction anyway with what we're looking at on the board at the bottom of that screen.
For the PCs right now, again, these are early results, so caution. But at this moment, Dwight, it's a pretty good lead for the PCs. They're actually up on a one seat compared to what they were at in the last election. And I'm looking at that list that I mentioned of the target ridings, the places where the PCs were the most vulnerable. And I'm not seeing anybody beating them in those seats yet. So I'm looking at the Scarborough ridings. I'm looking at Ajax in particular. And again, if the PCs can hold on to those ridings, they're on their way towards a majority.
But actually, we're looking at big picture here. We're looking at a trend, like we're heading in a direction. What do you see?
Well, we're seeing those numbers go up on the blue side, right? I feel
Just
like
jumped again, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at 3 things. I'm looking, number 1, at that blue spot, the blue number. I want to see how big it's going to get. So we expect a majority given the polls. What is the size of that majority? I don't want to predetermine what they're going to say, but certainly that's where I've got my eye there. I'm looking at the NDP to see where they are versus the last election, because that will certainly be determinative in whether or not Andrea Horwath is able to stay on or even wants to stay on. She's certainly opened the door to doing the opposite, and it's going to be hard, I think, a challenge for them to match what the kind of outcome that they had in the last election. Finally, in the Liberal column, that red spot, I'm looking to see if Stephen Del Duca can win his seat, because I also think that will be extremely determinative in how the party does and what his leadership looks like.
Two big storylines with two of the party leaders tonight, most definitely. Eric is back at the MAC. Since the last time we spoke to you, Eric, the numbers have jumped for the PCs considerably.
It has absolutely jumped up. We're still waiting on about 71 ridings to report. But let's look at the vote change already, or the vote share for each of the parties so far with what has been counted. Again, this is going to change as the night goes on. But right now, the PCs are at 41.6%. So that is better than 2018. Again, it depends on where these numbers are coming in, but it is a good start for the PCs. You can see the Liberals are at 24%. So they have increased from the 20% they had in the last election. The NDP is down to 22%. Again, still lots to come in, but you can already see that the NDP, with fewer votes, right now they're leading in more seats. Now let's look at the seat change in the ridings that have already reported. Again, the ones that haven't reported yet, we're not saying whether those are going in one direction or another. But of the seats that have reported, the PCs are already off to the races with a gain of 2. Now remember, they can afford to lose 13 seats and still have their majority government. So far, they're up 2. Also up, the Liberals are up 3 seats, but hasn't put them ahead of the NDP. They are the party that seems to be losing so far tonight, down 5 seats. In the ones that have reported so far, still lots more to come.
For that, Eric. It's still early, Mike Crawley, but every time I talk to you or Eric or Vashi, those numbers for the PCs just keep going up, and big for 34 to 39, and big jumps to what are we seeing? Is this a sign of where we're going this evening? Now up to... I can't even talk, it's jumping so fast.
It's a trend, right?
Yes.
That's what we're looking for, Dwight, is the trend
one, yeah.
and the trends in those key target ridings. Look, I was talking to Liberals today. They were telling me about how confident they were about winning in places like Ajax and winning in places like Scarborough Rouge Park. And so far, the Liberals are trailing in those seats, unable to pry them away from the PCs.
Thank you for that. We're hearing that. We want to look at, part of the bigger question and part of the things we're doing tonight is looking at that majority, Eric. We keep talking about the possibility of them heading towards a majority. How easy, how difficult can the other parties be in their way? Can they stop them? When we look at the numbers we're looking at right now, can they be stopped?
We'll
yes,
see. They're off to a good start, that's for sure.
Really
They're off to a good start. So let's see how close they are to getting that majority government. Now, what we see is that they're leading or elected in 47 ridings right now. There's still lots to report. There's 51 to report. But of the 51 that have yet to report, the PCs are the incumbent. They won them last time in 31 of those ridings. So that means that if all of those ridings that have yet to report go to the PCs, that they should be over the majority mark by about 15, if my eyesight is correct. So that is good for the PCs. It means they have a lot of wiggle room right now. So of the ridings that have yet to report, a chunk of them, 31, went to the PCs in 2018. We're expecting that a lot of those are going to stick with the party. So it does suggest that the PCs are on track for that majority, but still, 51 ridings to report. We've got to wait for those.
Your eyesight and your math were good, Eric. You're going to have a busy night because we're going to keep checking on you as we go through these results. Let's find out how they are feeling up at PC headquarters right now and talk to Lisa Shing. As these numbers come in, Lisa, they are in a big lead right now. Still early, but as we're looking at this trend, it is a good trend for them at this point in the evening.
Yes, this is really good for the PCs so far. Dwight, you can't really see because they've got the crowd kind of cordoned off to the side. Okay, we're going to pan over. There is actually a pretty big crowd that's gathered. They've got drinks. I'm hearing a lot of cheering as well, for these results. Every few minutes, a lot of big whoops and cheers in the crowd. So this is a group that's feeling really good about the results that they're seeing tonight, right now. They're feeling really encouraged. And I think this speaks to the strategy behind this campaign so far, right? It is one that has been very focused on getting out that message that Ford is getting it done, that he's working hard, he's building infrastructure, highways as well. So really this crowd is loving it right now. You can hear the music, and I think they are waiting for something a little more definitive to come. Dwight.
Thank you for that, Lisa, up in PC headquarters. I mean, Vashi, they have to be happy. You've been talking to the operatives, the strategists behind the scenes on this campaign. Is this what they were predicting?
It is what they're predicting. I'd wager there's no way they're out of majority territory right now. They're in majority territory. They're only 10 seats away. We've got more than 42 different ridings to report. I mean, there they go, inching up their way. This is the result. Like I said, what I'm watching for right now, and certainly what I'm listening for from them, is whether, like, the size of the majority, right? They're going to head into majority territory. Is it going to expand on the number of seats that they had in 2018? And if it does, what exactly does that say about Doug Ford and the PCs? What does it say about the electorate? Certainly, this is like the exact start that they were hoping for and they had pictured.
Okay, we've been talking about the PCs, but let's look at the NDP and the Liberals for a second. What are you seeing there? Because the Liberals were hoping for better than that. No?
Yeah, no, they can't be at all happy with these numbers. Again, the Liberals were telling me about certain seats that they were feeling pretty confident about, and I'm not seeing many check marks beside those seats. Look, I think a key thing here regarding the PCs is that they're winning in the places where they needed to be, and they were super confident over the last few days, Dwight. I was talking to PC strategists who were telling me they were 98% certain that they were going to win at least 76 seats, the amount that they won last time. So I was even hearing from some that the number of seats that they could end up winning could be as high as 90. So it was sounding a little bit perhaps cocky, a little maybe even overconfident, but at least with the current trend, it seems like they may have had reason to be so confident.
Wow. What do you think of the numbers? Actually, you know what? I was going to ask you a question, but I need you to hold that thought for a moment.
Go for it.
We have looked at the numbers, and the CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call. The CBC News desk, election desk, is predicting and projecting, rather, a majority government for Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservatives. You could see it there. Let's take a look at PC headquarters right now. Doug Ford led this province through the difficult times of the COVID pandemic, and he will now govern through the recovery. Returning to Queen's Park for another term as Ontario's premier, and Mike, he will return with even more MPPs to serve in the 43rd Parliament of this province.
Yeah, Dwight, I think the news is just dawning on some of these folks that a majority is projected. Look, this is it's a vindication of many things for the PCs. It's a vindication of their strategy. It's a vindication of Doug Ford's leadership. The people of Ontario have taken a look at Doug Ford. They've had a good chance to get to know him over the course of these last 4 years, and the voters of Ontario are giving him another 4 years.
It is early in the evening. This happened last time out when they had an early victory. Vashi, is this is the question. Eric Grenier, you're going to tell us how they're doing it.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
We'll Vashi after.
Well, we're seeing PCs are gaining seats, and they're doing well in the vote share so far. So let's start with the vote share in terms of how that compares to 2018. So far, doing quite well. Not as well as they did, actually, in 2018. They had 40.5% of the vote. They're now at 39.6%, but you can see it's above that minimum threshold. Bob Rae had 37.6% of the vote when he won a majority government in 1990. The NDP is actually in second right now in the vote share. Still lots of ridings still to report, but they're at 24.5%. That's still a big reduction from last election when they had 34%. And the Liberals right now are at 24%, and the Greens are at 7%. But for the PCs, nearing that 40% mark, that's where they needed to be to get a majority government. They could afford to lose 13 seats. Well, that's not what's happening tonight. They are gaining seats. If we look at where they stand right now, they have picked up 3 seats so far based on what has been reporting. So we know that with 76 last time, 76 plus 3, that's a lot more than 63 seats. And it's the NDP that is dropping quite a bit. They've dropped 6 seats so far. The Liberals have picked up a couple, and we have 1 independent on the board. We'll have to take a look at what that is. But right now we're seeing that the PCs in majority territory, and that means that we're able to project a majority PC government for Doug Ford.
Wow. Thank you for that, Eric. Doug Ford has done it again. We've been listening to these commercials right through this campaign, the 29 days of it. Lisa Shing, and they said Doug could get it done. Well, he's done it.
He definitely got it done, Dwight. There's a lot of excitement in the room. The crowd erupted in cheers. So this crowd is happy with the result tonight. Absolutely. I'm joined by Michael Diamond, a PC campaign strategist. Michael, I saw you kind of heave a sigh of relief when we made that call. How are you feeling?
Look, I'm not terribly surprised, but I think this is really just a testament to the work that the Premier and the government has done over the last 4 years, especially during the pandemic, and that we really connected with voters on talking about issues that matter. So I think I'm thrilled. I'm interested to see just how big that majority looks, but it's a very happy night here.
So with that said, what do you think your campaign did right?
Look, I think, one, we showcased really the success of the government. And the other thing, well, the other party leaders were certainly telling voters what they would do. They always started from the perspective of what they wouldn't do. And Doug Ford came out with a positive vision of what he would do to build Ontario. It was a say yes campaign. And I think that really motivated a lot of voters. And getting the support from 8 labor unions is really a big deal for the Progressive Conservative Party.
How much do you think this victory had to do with the Ford brand?
Look, I think Doug Ford has really proven himself to be a leader that is dependable to voters, be it in a blizzard, be it in a pandemic. He's someone who can, as you earlier said, he can get the job done. He got the job done tonight for the party, and he's now going to spend the next 4 years getting the job done for Ontario.
I don't think people are going to forget very easily the image of Ford shoveling the snow with that tiny shovel, you know, in the snowstorm. Thank you very much, Michael Diamond. That was Michael Diamond, one of the PC campaign strategists. Dwight, a lot of excitement here, as I said, as the results start to come in. It's going to be a good night for supporters here at PC headquarters.
Thank you for that, Lisa. And even though the CBC News Decision Desk has made the call and we're projecting a majority, there's still lots to play out in this campaign tonight, especially with the other party leaders. But let's take a moment to talk to Eric now and see how Doug got it done.
Yeah, he got it done in the GTA, which we expected would be the place that would decide this election. And right now, there's lots of blue. If you compare it to 2018, it was pretty blue too, but you can see that Brampton was NDP last time. Now, all 5 seats in Brampton. We can look at some of those. Brampton East, for example. This is a key riding for the NDP. Gurtan Singh has held it since 2018. He's the brother of federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who used to hold a riding in the area. Hardeep Grewal is right now ahead by 255 votes. You can look at another riding, a riding like here, like Brampton Centre. This is another one that the NDP was hoping to hold, and we are actually projecting that Charmaine Williams will be elected and be the next MPP for Brampton Centre, defeating Sarah Singh, who was the NDP incumbent. And so you're just seeing that across the GTA, the PCs have done quite well. Now, we still have that one independent on the board, so let's just take a look at who that is. It's actually in this riding here, Haldimand Norfolk. Let's take a look at it. Bobby Ann Brady, she was actually endorsed by Toby Barrett, who was the former PC MPP. He wanted her to be the PC candidate. Instead, it is Ken Hewitt, and she is leading right now. Only 7 of 62 polls reporting, but we'll see if that's going to hold on. Let's also take a look at another riding. This is Mike Schreiner's riding. Guelph, he won it by a big margin last time, and look at that. He's already up by 7,200 votes, and there's still lots of polls to report. So Mike Schreiner heading back to Queen's Park. So the Greens will have at least 1 seat. We'll see if they get a second.
Thank you for that, Eric. And I was in Guelph recently. Mike Schreiner signs anywhere. No surprise there. Sarah Singh, a bit of a surprise. We're going to have to talk about that later because people are talking about her possibly being a candidate to lead the NDP. I've been jumping the gun, trying to get to you in the panel from when we made the call. So take it away, Vashi. Is this a point where people were voting against something or for something? What happened?
I think we got to take a moment to give Doug Ford and his party a bit of credit here.
Yes.
I had a former premier on my show today who said, the first time you win an election, usually it's a vote against the other guys. The second time, it's a vote for you.
So it just was no compelling alternatives. They really like Doug.
Well, I think you got to give them some credit,
Yes.
right? Like Jaskrin and Sabrina, I'll bring you in right now because we're a majority. Now we're looking to see how big this gets. Tell me what you think ultimately led Doug Ford and the PCs to this, resounding at this point win.
Look, unlike my beloved Maple Leafs, the PCs knew how to hold the lead, and they've held it consistently since the start of this thing. I wish my blue team on the hockey side of things was the same way. Yeah, you like that one, eh, Dwight? So the reality is Doug Ford ran, again, a very safe campaign. You look at Brampton, you brought that up. You got those 5 ridings, and some results that are surprising to folks. The 413 was very important to Bramptonians. It's a logistics town. It's a transport town. Those highways are critical there. So stuff like that was very targeted in a way that made sense. And on top of that, they just, they didn't do anything to rock the boat. Again, they're talking about investments. They talk about large infrastructure projects, the stuff that the unions like. So he built a bit of a coalition, like an interesting coalition for a PC government to do, especially as an incumbent, and do it well.
So much of that, Sabrina, I think has to do with the Doug Ford brand itself. It hasn't always been an unvarnished brand. And I think that's what makes this moment right now so compelling. Because if you think back over the past 4 years, you can think of even days after the election, months after, the parents that came out that were angry, teachers that were angry, people who booed him on stage when he came out for the Raptors, the moments in the pandemic that he was criticized. Throughout it all, Doug Ford was able to pivot, he was able to apologize at times, and ultimately tonight he was able to show remarkable resilience. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, Doug Ford is his own brand. He's not your typical establishment conservative. They talk about Ford Nation. Certainly, 4 years in a pandemic has really changed Ford. He's gone a long way from, slashing budgets. Now they've been pumping him up as a yes man, boasting, big spending. I don't think, coming out of a pandemic, there's much appetite for austerity measures. And he's, shown that he can, respond to what the public is telling him. Also, there really wasn't much of a compelling storyline from either of the opposition leaders. So essentially, that kind of made Doug Ford a bit more confident. And certainly, we're seeing the impact of that tonight.
Jasker and Sabrina brings up the opposition leaders. I've got my eyes on the orange and the red there. What are you watching for? I mean, this night could not be higher stakes for both of those leaders.
Yeah, look, Horwath has a kick of the can 4 times now. At a certain point, something's got to give. Last time she did really well. She brought the party up to the best it's ever been since it's formed government. This time, she's fallen. So the anchor was completely different this time around. So are the expectations. I don't think she survives, quite frankly. As far as Del Duca goes, will he win his own his seat? I'm interested to see Eric zoom in on that one here shortly. As far as the party goes, the Liberals are kind of an interesting beast. At the numbers they're hitting right now, I think I saw, 23-24% of the popular vote. Their vote actually is not all that efficient. Once they hit, the high 20s, that's where things get interesting for them. But they never got there. And part of the reason is Del Duca himself wasn't very charismatic, wasn't a strong leader. But also the campaign was kind of weak. It was slow. There was nothing really interesting. They came out of the gate strong, and then that was it. And there was no repetition. You didn't hear about them over the course of the campaign. And at a certain point, there's going to be a lot of introspection probably happening at HQ.
Yeah, you think so. Maybe even right now, Dwight, a kind of a tale of two different leadership stories. One where Doug Ford's probably really happy, obviously really happy right now, and then two other leaders who are doing some reflection on their own leadership.
I think you're reading my mind, because that's where I'm going next. We're going to see how Doug Ford did in his riding in Etobicoke tonight. And the CBC Decision Desk is electing Doug Ford. He is up by a large number of votes, a little over 2,000 votes there. No surprise that is Ford country. They were expected to win in Etobicoke North. Also out in Hamilton Centre, Andrea Horwath expected to win her seat. She's leading right now by 1,323 votes. Let's head out to Hamilton and talk to Lorenda Redekop to see how they're feeling out there at the HQ in Hamilton. And the question is, even though the leader is winning, Lorenda, the party's fortunes are not as strong as last time out, and they needed to shore up seats tonight, not shed them.
That's for sure, Dwight. And certainly people will be happy that she's won her seat, though that really was expected. That wasn't a question here tonight at all. But one thing they will be happy with is that they are leading the Liberals. Now, I want to tell you just a little piece of color. I don't know exactly how Andrea Horwath is feeling, but I got a text from the NDP. I just tweeted it. Turns out we're matching, except opposite colors. So, and she had a picture. She was laughing. Her with the pink on the outside and the dark color in the inside. So whatever happens, she certainly does seem to be keeping her sense of humor. Now, I'm joined now by the president of the Ontario NDP, Janelle Brady. How are you feeling about what you're seeing with the results so far?
Well, I feel like I have mixed emotions, for sure, no doubt. Another 4 years of a Ford government is very difficult for folks. I've knocked on lots of doors across the province, and I know that people really wanted change. They wanted to be able to access mental health care with their OHIP card. They wanted to be able to access pharmacare, to get prescription drugs when they need it, to be able to really go to the dentist. These are things that families in Ontario need and deserve, and that the NDP is fighting for. But I do remain very hopeful in knowing that our leader of the Ontario NDP has brought us so far and run the best campaign we've had in such a long time. And we're going to hold Doug Ford and the Conservative government to account in the legislature, just as we have in the past 4 years as well.
What is it that went wrong, though, that you couldn't form government?
Really, I think folks need to believe that their voice matters. A lot of people are quite tired. I knock on doors, and they're quite tired of the back and forth of the Liberals and the Conservatives. But really, I think what this election result so far, because it's not all done yet, has shown us is that people voted for hope. They voted for change, and you could see it with the Liberal Party, really. We are the official opposition, and the Liberal Party, they're losing votes on the right for folks that are supporting the Conservatives. They're losing folks on the left who are supporting us and seeing us as a viable choice. And the NDP is absolutely here to stay. And each time we've grown, our caucus is bigger than ever. We have more diversity. We've reached out to more folks than we ever have. And each election will continue to grow. And we're going to be a viable choice for Premier in Ontario.
All right, thanks so much, Janelle. That's the president of the Ontario NDP. And we will have to see where they go from here. Last time they had 40 seats. We'll see what they end up with tonight. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you for that, Lorenda. Andrea Horvath winning her seat out there in Hamilton. Popular policies, popular leader, but not turning into wins tonight on Election Day. Mike Crawley, we're looking at the board. 74 right now leading or elected for the PCs, 26 for the NDP. 10 for the Liberals.
I'm looking at that numbers, and that has got to be a huge punch to the gut for the Liberals. This is devastating for them. They have so little room to grow right now. I'm looking at the seats that they could potentially turn. So we haven't had results from 16 ridings. 11 of those 16 are PC incumbents. The Liberals are looking at possibly not even getting party status this time. Also, Stephen Del Duca is behind in his own riding. Look at that. And he's behind, right by a significant margin. This is a result that is quite possibly the Liberals' worst-case scenario. I mean, look, they've been telling me for the last little while about the case that they were going to make for why Stephen Del Duca should stay on as leader. They were going to talk about how he's going to grow the popular vote. He's going to, double the seat count maybe from, a tiny amount of 7. In this case, they look like they are on track at the moment, at least, to losing one of the seats that they held in the last legislature, which is Glengarry Prescott Russell. So I don't know what could possibly be worse for the Liberals than this kind of a result.
Let's get straight up to Liberal headquarters right now with Travis Danraj, and he's actually speaking with one of the party strategists behind this Del Duca and Liberal campaign. Travis.
Yeah, that's right. I've got Omar Khan with me, who is on Team Del Duca, a Liberal strategist. And CBC was actually playing on the screen when we made the call for a Doug Ford majority government, a PC majority government. I think we both looked at our watches, and you said to me, was that the quickest call? 9:19. How are you feeling right now about this defeat again?
Look, you never go into a campaign not wanting to win. Right? So from that perspective, obviously we would have liked to win. We would have liked to form a Liberal majority government here tonight. But I think we all need to look back to where the Ontario Liberal Party was 4 years ago. Many pundits, maybe yourself, I don't know, but many pundits had written us off for dead. They said, the body is on the map. There's no pulse. Not only is there a pulse, but the night is young. We're going to elect a lot more Ontario Liberal Party MPPs to Queen's Park. There's going to be a fresh, young, energetic, diverse caucus, and we're going to be back here. We're going to be ready to fight in 4 years. And not a lot of people would have predicted that 4 years ago.
Omar, the night is young, yes, but I mean, Stephen Del Duca, when he became the leader March 7th, 2020, made a lot of promises that he was going to rebuild this party, that he was going to become the premier. Now we're looking at the boards and the numbers coming in this riding here in Vaughan Woodbridge. He may lose his seat tonight. I mean, what does that say about his message and whether or not that even resonated with the people of this province?
Well, the night is still young. We'll see what happens. The final results are still to come in. But look, like I said, many had written us off as dead. The Ontario Liberal Party was finished. We're not finished. We're here. We're standing. We're fighting. Under Stephen's leadership, we paid off our debt. We've had 2,000 volunteers at the doors across the province today. We're going to elect more MPPs. We're going to come back strong, and we're going to be ready to fight and ready to win in 4 years.
There were certainly a lot of people in this province that were angry with Doug Ford, with the PCs, their handling of the Ontario Autism File, on education, during the pandemic and long-term care. Why couldn't Stephen Del Duca, why couldn't the Liberals channel that into a better result for tonight? And what, looking back, do you think needs to be done differently moving forward?
So obviously, after every campaign, every party does a deep dive into what worked and what didn't. And
so what do you think didn't work?
Well, I'm not going to prejudge the analysis that we do. That's going to happen, and every party will do that. But again, I'm going to go back to 4 years ago. Okay, we lost party status. Yes. Right. You know what that means? I'll give you an example of the NDP. So the NDP, as official opposition, received just under $5 million a year in taxpayer-funded, funding from the legislature. That enables them to hire staff, research, communications consultants, all of that stuff. We got zero. Andrea Horwath has a staff of just under 50 people. Stephen, paid for by the legislature. Stephen Del Duca has a staff of 0, paid for by the legislature. We're going to come back. We're going to get party status tonight.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident. I think we're going to get party status tonight. We're going to elect a lot more MPPs tonight. It's a young, diverse crew, energetic.
Heard that one over. Let me just ask you one more question, though.
And we're going to be an effective opposition. The NDP has been a completely ineffective opposition over the last 4 years. We are going to hold this government to account. We're going to fight for Ontarians. We're going to fight for the 60% of the province who it appears has not voted for Doug Ford tonight. We're going to represent their interests.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Finally, you talked about being an effective opposition. Are you confident that you will be the official opposition? And also, what happens if Mr. Del Duca does not win his seat? Is he going to step down as leader?
Well, so I think Stephen addressed this yesterday. He's not going anywhere. Would we have liked to win? Absolutely. Are we disappointed? We're not. It appears like we're not going to win. Absolutely. We have a lot to be proud of, though. We took a party that, like I said, many had written off as dead. Stephen took a party that many had written off as dead. He re-energized the grassroots, paid off a $10 million debt. We came in, we built a $7 million war chest for this campaign. We took out a small loan this campaign, but there's no long-term debt impact. We have a bright future as the Ontario Liberals. We're going to be in the legislature. We're going to be the effective opposition. We're going to hold this government to account, and we're going to be back in 4 years.
Amar Khan, Liberal strategist, certainly appreciate your time this evening, and we'll send things back to you in the studio, Dwight.
Thank you, Travis. As you look at this map in front of us here, you know what's missing? Red, Eric Grenier. What is the party summary?
The PCs are taking a lot of seats from the New Democrats. They're taking seats, not so much from the Liberals, because the Liberals are up a couple seats. But let's focus in on a couple of the places where the PCs have made some significant gains in the popular vote. You can see they're at 40.6% overall across the province. That more or less matches exactly where they were in 2018. But they have one place where they've made big gains. Now, we're still waiting on a lot of ridings in Northern Ontario to report, but they are up so far in Northern Ontario by 10 points. We'll see how that plays out as more ballots are counted. GTA, they're up a point. That's really key because the GTA right now is delivering their majority government. They are down in other parts of the province, but I want to focus on some of those parts of the province because that is where the PCs are winning seats. You saw that Hamilton, Niagara, the PCs are actually down, but you can see that they've actually made a gain here, or at least leading in Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Neil Lumsden is ahead by 1,700 votes over Zagan Butt of the NDP. Paul Miller was the former NDP MPP. He was booted from caucus, but that is not apparently costing the NDP the seat. Those votes wouldn't put them ahead. But if we look elsewhere in southwestern Ontario, this is another area where the PCs are gaining at the expense of the New Democrats. Look at a riding like in Windsor, Essex, Windsor-Tecumseh. This is a riding that has not voted PC for a very long time, if ever. And Andrew Dowie, he is projected to win that riding. He has a 4,200 vote lead over Gemma Gray Hall, who is replacing Lisa Gretzky, no relation. And if we look at the riding of Essex, that is another one that the PCs were really targeting. Percy Hatfield was not running again for the New Democrats. You can see right now, Anthony Liardi, he is projected to be the next MPP for Essex. Ron Leclerc, who was stepping in for Percy Hatfield, coming up short right now by 4,000 votes.
And guess where we're going next, Eric? We're going to hear from Mr. Liardi, one of the winners tonight. Let's head out to Essex and hear from him. Katerina, go ahead.
Hi there, Dwight. Yes, I'm here at the headquarters and just a lot of excitement in the room as the announcement was made that Anthony Liardi won for the PC Conservative. So Anthony Liardi is standing right next to me. Clearly, the room is really excited for this win for you. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling very gratified. I'm very thankful to the voters of Essex for choosing me to be their representative. And that's the main feeling that I'm feeling right now is thankfulness.
During your speech to the crowd, you noted how historic this is. So can you speak to that, the fact that PCs haven't been able to snag this seat in, as you said, 60 years?
Yes, it's been 6 decades since a progressive conservative candidate has been able to win the riding of Essex. So tonight is a very historic moment, and it is a historic turning point. And I think, in my opinion, it was made possible by the leadership of Doug Ford.
And what does this say about the strategy that the PCs took this time around to make that happen, and particularly with how Windsor-Essex was targeted?
Well, it's no secret that we state that we are the party that's working for workers. And we state that we are the party that's in favor of building Ontario's economy, and that's what the people of this region have determined is the priority for them, and it's the priority for us in the Progressive Conservative Party.
So clearly there's a lot of support for you and for the PCs in this region, but what do you say to those who were disappointed with how the last 4 years went? What do you say to them to bring the community together?
Well, we're working for everyone. We're working to bring a hospital to the region. It's going to be a regional hospital, and that's for everyone. We are expanding Highway 3 from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and that's for everyone. So everyone is going to be benefiting from tonight's decision.
And what do you want people to know about who you are and the kind of role that you're going to play in Queen's Park?
Well, I've been a hardworking courtroom litigator for 24 years, and I'm going to work as hard for the taxpayers as I worked as a lawyer and as a litigator.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you. And with that, we'll go back to you, Dwight.
Thank you, Katerina Georgieva in Essex for us tonight. Finished talking to a winner, and now we're going to talk about somebody who's lost tonight, and it is the Liberal leader who we are calling. You see the check mark there? It says elect. That means Michael Tibolo is the new MPP. He's the incumbent. He's won it again tonight up in Vaughan Woodbridge. What does that loss mean? And it is a significant loss when you look at that, over 2,500, almost 2,600 votes ahead of Stephen Del Duca, the Liberal leader. Bashi, what does this mean for this party tonight?
This is huge. I think it's hard to overstate the significance of this. Take a look not just at Del Duca losing his seat, but the number on the board ahead of you.
It is incredible.
I mean, good try, Omar, in that interview. But
yes.
Look, the results are running completely counter to what the Liberals are pitching right now. They are out of range of official party status by 4 seats. Obviously, that could change a little bit, but they're not right on the cusp of it. I understand the reasoning given around, staffing and not having a lot of money, but my goodness, this says a lot about the Liberal brand right now in this province. Perhaps the legacy of the last government that persists and permeates through to today, at least with voters, as this. And I mean, Del Duca losing his seat, This is a big deal.
That is big, yes.
This is, very much possibly something, even though he insists he's going to stay around, that could turn the tides. It's not like they're at 15 seats or 18 seats, and then it's like, well, maybe he might stay. There might be a reason. He's going to have to pitch hard to make sure party members actually want him to stick around.
And remember what happened to John Tory when he didn't have a seat. Somebody gave him a seat. He ran in the by-election and lost. Mike,
John Tory had more seats to choose from
yes,
in that
and they
situation.
picked one and he did not win it. Yeah.
Look, Dwight,
the leader needs a seat.
I think this is a disaster for the Liberals. This is a terrible result for them. And I don't know what justification Stephen Del Duca could actually go and say as to why he should stay on as leader, because they didn't elect a bunch more MPPs. They are not sending a big, young, diverse, group of MPPs to Queen's Park. Okay, so maybe he paid off the party's debt, but then whatever it is that, however many millions they spent in this campaign, they've gained 2 extra seats. And actually, really, I think they've really only gained, in some ways, 1 extra seat because they had the one seat compared to last time. If you count Amanda Simard in Glengarry Park,
she jumped over from the PCs.
Look, I don't know. I spoke to a lot of Liberals, both in Del Duca's camp and not really in Del Duca's camp, and they kind of said for me, look, if he wins a seat and he can point to some success, then maybe he'll be okay, and maybe he'll benefit from the fact that the party's gone through a lot lately. But wow,
the brand is strong though in this province, and it has been for a long time. Or was
the federal.
But maybe the Doug Ford brand is stronger.
Yes.
I mean, that's a question I think that Ontarians are going to have to ask themselves, and those parties are really going to have to ask themselves tonight, because both opposition parties tried to make this ballot box question about Doug Ford's record. Both of them failed, but the Liberals really failed. So failed extra, you could say. So at this point, at least. So I think the Liberals are going to have to look really hard at the strategy that they employed, the leader that they have. These kinds of results, 2 elections in a row, are not something to just sit back and say, well, we've got another 4 years to rebuild, and really the PCs do deserve some credit here. Again, I said it before, but this is...
we have to give them the credit.
Right?
The numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah.
The way that both the PCs and the New Democrats came out after Stephen Del Duca, after he became the leader, and they defined him, they tied him to Kathleen Wynne as, Kathleen Wynne's right-hand man, whether that was accurate or not, that was the message that came from both of those parties. So before Ontarians even had a chance to get to know Stephen Del Duca, the other parties were linking him to that legacy of animosity towards Kathleen Wynne. And the voters of Ontario, maybe their memories aren't all that long, but they certainly can think back to what they felt like 4 years ago when they repudiated the Liberals, and that. I think that's a key part of this, that what was Stephen Del Duca offering that was that much different from what Kathleen Wynne was offering 4 years ago.
Let's hear from a Liberal right now. Head out to the Ottawa region, and Joanne Chianello is with a Liberal MP. Hey, Joanne. I see them standing by in our monitors there. Hi, Joanne. Go ahead.
Hi. Dwight, I'm here with the Liberal MP for Ottawa West Nepean, Anita Vandenbeld. Anita, obviously a disappointing night for you guys tonight. What do you think happened in this campaign?
Well, obviously this wasn't the result that we were hoping for. I think that the Liberals had a good policy platform, a very good team of candidates. Sometimes in politics, it doesn't always go the way that you want, and it's very hard. I've been on both sides of it. In 2011, I ran in this riding against John Baird, and you could feel that wave coming out. But then in 2015, I was on the other side of it, and so I think that in situations like this. You have to put everything you have into it. I do believe that the Liberals had the right policies. I think that sometimes in politics just doesn't go your way.
Did they have the right leader?
I think that the Liberal leader, the Liberal team, I certainly think that we put forward a fantastic campaign. I obviously things don't always go the way that you want, but I think we've got a very strong message out there, and certainly here in our riding, I think Sam Balazar was very effective. She connected with people. Sometimes just isn't enough.
Yeah, except, you guys are in third, so she could not have connected with very many people. I'm sorry to sound blunt. I have to ask you, though, federally, you have held this riding handily for the last 3 elections for the Liberals. Why is it so different provincially?
Well, I would say that Ottawa West Nepean is a very sophisticated electorate. It's a very informed, thinking electorate. A lot of public servants, a lot of people who follow politics, and they do expect a tremendous amount from their representatives. Presence is extremely important. You notice I won the second time. So, having time to build relationships, and, I think that's something that does factor in. But often, our riding isn't particularly ideological. Our riding really focuses on candidates. And I think Sam really, she worked extremely hard. She is, in my view, the right person for the job. But like I said, sometimes things just don't cut the way that you expect.
Sure. Do you think with Stephen Del Duca losing his own seat second time in a row, should he stay on as leader?
Well, that's certainly not something for me to be speculating on. And certainly, and also, of course, as you know, I'm a federal Liberal, but I think that'll be for him, for party members. That'll be for them to decide. I think on election night, often, you know, there's emotions are very high. Like I said, I've been on both sides, and so I think right now it's really not the time for those kinds of discussions.
All right, look, thanks very much. Dwight, back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you for that, Joanne. Let's head over to Eric. Now, you're keeping an eye on how the Greens are doing right now, Eric.
Yeah, they got that one on the board, and that is, of course, Mike Schreiner. So we can just take a look at how his riding is going. In Guelph, he won this by a big margin last time, and he's doing it again this time. But the one for the Greens that they were really focusing in on was Parry Sound Muskoka. Right now, it is not a huge margin, but Graydon Smith of the PCs, who is replacing Norm Miller, the longtime MPP who is not running for re-election, he is ahead by just over 1,300 votes over Matt Richter of the Greens. But this is a very good result for the Greens. They've roughly doubled their vote share. So we'll see what's going to happen with this. There are still about 23 polls left to report, but it is a good lead for Graydon Smith. One of the ridings that we haven't heard from yet, we're still waiting for those polls to finish so voters can get their last ballots in, is University Rosedale. No results yet there. Diane Sachs, a former Environment Commissioner, she got a shout out from Mike Schreiner at the debate. We'll see how she does, but this is riding that I think the NDP is expecting to hold.
Thank you for that, Eric. The Greens got about 4.5% of the vote out in 2018. They're hoping to at least double that, also double that with a seat in Queen's Park. Let's head back out to Chris Glover in Guelph at Green Party headquarters.
Hey there, Dwight. Well, as I can show you behind me now, Mike Schreiner has just made it here to this campaign party. He is very excited, and certainly so are the rest of the people in this room here, knowing that he is projected to be elected again, going back to Queen's Park, expanding his vote margin here substantially. He got 45% of the vote in 2018. This time around, we are seeing 53% already. And let's listen in to Mike Schreiner tonight.
Thank you, Guelph. Thank you, Guelph, so much. I want to say to everyone across this province, those of you who stood up and put yourself out there to be a candidate, thank you for doing that. Our democracy is better because of your service. Four years ago, we made history in Guelph, electing Ontario's first Green MPP. And we've made history again, re-electing Ontario's first Green MPP. We are proving that Greens are here to stay. We're building momentum across this riding and across this province. And I just want to say that up the road in Parry Sound, Muskoka, we have a tight race happening there as well. You know, to see a Green candidate so close in a riding that has always gone blue tells you that there is Green momentum. There is a green wave building across this province. It's not only in Guelph, it's in ridings all across Ontario. And I want to give a shout out to Matt Richter and his team for the amazing campaign they've run. You know, the race in Parry Sound, Muskoka is too close to call right now. And I just want Matt and his family who have worked so hard, and his team, the team that's bringing people-powered change, I want you to know that we're rooting you on for the rest of this evening. all of you in Guelph have shown that we can do politics differently in this province, that we can work across party lines, that we can put people before politics, people before partisanship, that we can ensure that we're going to continue fighting so that everyone has an affordable place to call home. That we invest in the frontline healthcare workers who care for us, and that mental health is health. And that as we build connected communities, we will fight to stop the sprawl and protect the places we love. To support small businesses and ensure our communities are climate ready. And so I want to take a moment to thank Green candidates in every riding in this province, because we've seen the Green vote go up in this election. Thank you for your hard work. And the candidates from all parties and all ridings, I encourage you to stay engaged. And I say to my fellow candidates here in Guelph, let's keep working together to build the green and caring city that we love here in Guelph. We need everyone to build the caring, connected, climate-ready Ontario we need. And so I say to the people of this province and in my community, over the last 4 years, I've fought hard to be your voice. And I will fight the next 4 years to be a strong opposition voice in the legislature. To make sure the issues that Ontarians care about are talked about, to bring forward new solutions to the housing affordability crisis, to the cost of living crisis, to the mental health crisis, and to the climate emergency. And make no mistake about it, we will continue to fight and work together at Queen's Park. I will work to amplify your voices because we need change, especially when it comes to acting on the climate emergency. We cannot afford to wait. So I want to congratulate Mr. Ford and the PC party on your victory tonight. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. But at this critical moment in time, I ask you to consider the financial, the economic, and the climate implications of paving over the places we love, the farmland that feeds us, and the nature that protects us. I say this as a fellow Ontarian. The storms, floods, and extreme weather that we've experienced in the last month of this campaign alone shows us what's at stake. What's at stake for my children's future and your children's future. So I say to you, and I say to my opposition colleagues, that we have to work together to make sure this province is climate ready, to make sure that our infrastructure can withstand the storms we've experienced this past month, and to make sure that our economy is ready to be successful in the emerging markets of the new climate economy. Let's work together to get that done. So I want to conclude by thanking my deputy leaders, Abhijit Mane and Beaches East York, and Diane Sachs and University Rosedale, one of my climate heroes who put forward a climate plan that I ask all parties in the legislature to steal every idea in it, because let's build the Ontario we want. And I say to you both and to all of our candidates across the province, thank you for sharing our vision and increasing our vote total. And I want to give a quick shout out to my campaign manager here in Guelph, Diane Dance. And to Becky Smith, our provincial campaign manager, who more than anyone has built the Green Party into the party that it is today. To my family, my wife Sandy, my daughters Isabel and Beata, and my mom Barb, thank you so much for always being there for me and with me. And to all of our staff, our candidates, the volunteers, the people that power our campaigns, empowered my campaign here in Guelph, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for fighting for the Ontario you want. I will work hard for you. My commitment is I will continue to work hard for you to deliver the kind of leadership we need at Queen's Park to be your voice. Merci, miigwech, and thank you.
A very amped up Mike Schreiner speaking to a packed room here in Guelph. Very excited to tell his supporters in this room that he, of course, is re-elected and heading back to Queen's Park. He won this riding in 2018 with 45% this time around. He is around 53% at this point. He said to this crowd, we made history in 2018, and now we are making history again by re-electing the first Green MPP in Ontario. Of course, that is not the history that many people in this room were hoping for. They were hoping that Mike Schreiner would be heading back to Queen's Park with other Green MPPs, particularly one in Muskoka, in Parry Sound, Muskoka. But at this point, it is certainly seeming like that is going to be a very tough battle. There are about 2,000 votes presently that separate the candidate there, the Green candidate there, Matt Richter, from the PC challenger in that space. And so that is going to be a tough loss for the Green Party. But Mike Schreiner is standing by right here. He is going to come and he's going to speak with us in just a moment. And I'm not sure if we want to stay with me for that conversation, but certainly he was also, Mike Schreiner, up there on stage making a plea to the other parties to, hey, steal all of my ideas. And Dwight, we have Mike Schreiner coming up right now, right here. Hi there, Mike. We just heard your speech, and I heard you talking about how this is going to be a tight race up in Parry Sound, Muskoka. Of course, you guys were hoping for more Green MPPs to go to Queen's Park. There's 2,000 votes that separate them. It's not looking good. What are you thinking about in that respect?
Well, I mean, first of all, I just want to say to Matt Richter and his team, they ran a fantastic campaign. Obviously, our goal was to double our seat count in the legislature. To come this close, we haven't given up hope yet, but the trend isn't going in the direction we would like.
One of the things that I picked up on in your speech there, Mike, was the fact that you were saying you gave a plea to Doug Ford to pay more attention to the climate crisis. You openly said, hey, everybody, steal all of my ideas, because clearly you think it's a good one. How are you going to be able to try to make that message in Queen's Park now that it's likely that it's just going to be your voice alone there?
Well, you know what? I've shown over the last 4 years what one Green MPP can accomplish. We've had an outsized influence in the legislature. I'm going to continue to do that by working hard and by building on the fact that our vote total has gone up in this election. And we're going to utilize that to put as much pressure on government as we can. Working with citizens groups, environmental groups, and community groups to mobilize the kind of change we need at Queen's Park.
All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations on your win here in Guelph tonight. And Dwight, we're going to send it right back to you.
Thank you for that, Chris, out there in Guelph with a happy Mike Schreiner. And, of course, a happy Green Party. And, Vashi, Mike, some parties are happy with 1 or 2 seats. Others, 9 or 10, is a disaster. And as we look at that board right now, and we still have about 4 seats to come, a massive lead for the PCs. The NDP, respectable at this point, not up to the 40 of last time, but that Liberal number.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, I'll be watching to hear from all of the leaders coming up. I know Travis was saying we're not really expecting to hear from Stephen Del Duca, but Andrea Horwath, lots of pressure on her leadership as well. One MPP, Joel Harden, out in Ottawa, already talking about a change in leadership at this early juncture.
Putting that out in the public domain?
Putting that out in the public domain. One of our reporters out in Ottawa got it on tape, actually. And then, of course, we're waiting to see Doug Ford and the kind of message he strikes. I think we can safely assume we're going to hear some friends. We're going to talk about, unity, building bridges. I don't expect a particularly antagonistic speech in any way. I think this is exactly the result that Doug Ford's campaign team expected. They said to me this morning the first number will be an 8, and right now it is.
And Mike, we're going to hear from Doug Ford, as Vashi alluded to. We have this saying, give him his flowers. We need to give Doug Ford his flowers. 80 seats.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a strong mandate. This is a solid majority for these guys, and I'm going to be looking definitely for what's the tone that Doug Ford strikes in this speech, because we all remember the Doug Ford of his first year in government. Yeah,
yes.
He was in a kind of arrogant mood in some ways.
Remember Toronto City Hall. Yeah.
The PCs felt that they could do whatever they wanted at the legislature, and it led to a kind of chaotic time in government, and obviously that calmed down. So is it going to be a triumphalist Doug Ford, or is it going to be someone who tries to bring Ontarians together? And he's got some ground there, because he can point to places where the PCs have been elected where they weren't elected before, and reaching out to voters that you wouldn't expect to be voting Progressive Conservative.
I just wanted to say we're looking at a video that's being played right now, I believe.
The PC headquarters, I'm guessing, is at the screen.
I was seeing. Yeah. I think I saw the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, in the crowd there. His family's there as well. So this is what they're playing for the crowd as
before he speaks.
Yeah,
the warm-up act.
It's the warm-up act, yeah. But I did see his whole family sitting there, and right to their right was the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. A lot of Conservatives happy about this win, which I think is going to be something really interesting for us to dissect in the coming days.
And I was going to ask you, because you cover both provincial and federal politics, is Doug Ford one of the most powerful PC politicians in this country right now?
He's the most powerful Conservative politician in Canada.
And as we say that, he is walking to the podium to give his winning speech. As Vashi just said, possibly right now, Doug Ford, the most powerful Conservative politician in Canada. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much. Boy, thank you. What an incredible welcome. What? There you go. Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. What a night and what a result. Together, possible. We have made history. Wow, I'm just so grateful, so grateful. Oh, wow. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing this unforgettable moment. And I love you too. I'll tell you, I am so humbled by your support. I see some faces here tonight who've been with my family from day one. But what excites me the most, what just pumps me up, are all the new faces I see out there. So I am so grateful for all your support over the years. It's what keeps me going. And to the people of Ontario, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your trust. And thank you for once again putting your confidence in me. It's a responsibility that I will never take lightly. But most importantly, thank you for sharing in a vision for our great province. Sharing in a dream of a bright and prosperous future, an era of unprecedented growth and opportunity. So if you're a miner in the north who's out of work, I want you to know we're building that road to the Ring of Fire. If you've had to worry about your job at the local auto plant, I want you to know we're investing in the future of Ontario's auto sector. If you're a student who wants to work in the tech sector, we will have a job waiting for you. If you're a newcomer with a degree who can't get a job in your field, we'll make sure you can get credentials you need. This is what we're working for. This is what the Ontario dream is all about. And my promise to you, you have my word, that every single day I will get up and I will get to work. And I will do everything in my power to deliver on this dream. Because tonight's victory, it isn't about me, it isn't about the party. This victory belongs to every worker who knows that they deserve better. It belongs to every family who knows that they can dream bigger. But most of all, this victory belongs to each and every one of you. And to my rock, my wife Carla, my beautiful daughters, my entire family, thank you for always believing in me, and thank you for standing with me through thick and thin. I want to thank my entire campaign team and every candidate who ran for our party. But most importantly, I want to thank the thousands and thousands of volunteers who spent the last month hitting the doors. Together, we knocked on over 3 million doors during this campaign. That number is absolutely incredible. It's staggering. It takes an army to win a victory like this. So please know that tonight is your night. I also need to take a moment to recognize Andrea, Mike, and Stephen. It takes a lot to put your name forward in a race like this. And while we had different ideas, I truly believe that we share a desire to see Ontario succeed. And for my part, they deserve of applause. Thank you. And for my part, I did my best to run a positive campaign, to put forward a clear and consistent message, to offer a plan that everyone could get behind. I promised to build this province, to say yes to more housing, yes to attainable housing, so families once again can strive for the dream of home ownership. To say yes to building the infrastructure that keeps communities going, to put our workers to work, building the subways, the hospitals, and the highways that our growing province desperately needs. To run a smarter, more efficient government so we can reduce the unfair burdens like the license plate stickers and the gas tax. My friends, this is a plan I put forward, and I've spent the last 5 weeks traveling to every corner of this province, meeting with the hardworking women and men who are building Ontario. And I can tell you, we are ready. Ontario's ready to get it done. We're ready to roll up our sleeves, to rise to the occasion, because we have the potential for greatness. We are blessed with every advantage, a bright and hardworking workforce, an abundance of natural resources. We have the critical minerals that the entire world is after. We have the capital, the technology, and the ingenuity. But most importantly, we have a vision, a dream. I see it as I look out into the crowd. I see it in your faces. I see hope. I see optimism. And your energy, your passion, it's what keeps me going every day. My friends, because it all started almost 3 decades ago, right here in Etobicoke. It started with my dad, Doug Ford Sr., my mom, Diane, and my brother, Rob, whose birthday was just last week, and who I owe so much to. I know that they're up there in heaven, and they are celebrating with us tonight. Friends, it started with all of us together, and over the years, we've had our ups and downs, we've tasted victory, and we've faced defeat. But through it all, we never gave up. And when I think about how far we've come, how far we've traveled together, we started as an idea, a new approach to politics. Thanks over the years, thanks to each of you showing up at our events, volunteering at the doors, spreading our message. Thanks to you, what started as an idea turned into a movement. A political movement that changed the landscape of this province and this country forever. Together, we're reimagining our party, we're reimagining our province, and tonight, we have changed what it means to be a progressive conservative in Ontario. It's no longer about being part of the blue, the red, the orange, or green team. It's about recognizing that there's so much that unites us. This is my proudest achievement as a leader of this party, building a new coalition, expanding our base, creating a more inclusive party where everyone matters. Because never in our lifetime has it been more important for a party to represent all of Ontario. Now more than ever, we need unity. The road ahead, it won't be easy. We have big challenges in front of us, an uncertain global economic climate. We are competing against other jurisdictions for every job, for every dollar of investment, but Ontario is stronger. We're absolutely unstoppable when we stand together. And so tonight, I call for unity, and whether you work on the assembly line and voted NDP your entire life, or cast your last ballot for the federal Liberals, I want you to know that as long as I'm here, there's room for you in this party. I will fight for you every single day. And friends, when I think about the workers, when I think about the unions who got behind us in this election, when I think about the coalition that we've built together, it's incredible, because there was a time not long ago when some of the same people who are with us now couldn't see a home for themselves in this party. It wasn't easy. We had to admit our mistakes. We had to build back confidence, and that journey, it's not over. I'm the first to admit that there's more work to be done, but tonight's result, it proves that we're on the right track, that this approach is the right one, And tonight results proves that this is how we get things done, by being inclusive, by focusing on what unites us, and being ready to work with anyone. And with this approach together, we are unstoppable because we're just getting started. But tonight we celebrate because this is your night. Tonight, the people have spoken from Windsor to Cornwall, from Timmins, and thank God Timmins, to Ajax. Together, we're blazing a new trail. We're charting a new course. We're telling the world this is our time. This is our moment because this is our province. I want to thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
You know, when you look at that crowd, it definitely reflects this province and this country throughout this campaign, Vashi, in the 29 days as the balloons come down and the celebration begins at PC headquarters. We kept hearing about this Stop Ford vote. Where was the Stop Ford vote tonight?
It wasn't in that room,
It
that's for
wasn't.
sure.
I'm
And
not sure.
it wasn't in a majority of the province
Anywhere,
either,
yes.
right? A couple of things really struck me in that speech, and I'll just quickly say his first hug was to the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe.
Scott Moe is there.
Continues to, he is, like I said, the most popular and probably powerful Conservative in the country right now. A couple of things really stuck out from that speech to me, and the first is the message of unity that I had anticipated would be there was very much so, especially that sort of overture to people who didn't vote for him, right? And then also a recognition of the people who you wouldn't have thought would vote for Doug Ford, but who did, or who supported his coalition, as he termed it. I'm thinking, for example, of unions, private sector unions that backed him.
8 of them.
Unions that he called out in that speech. And then he also made, a pretty classy overture to the other leaders of the parties whose futures are up in the air at the very moment, other than putting aside Mike Schreiner with the Greens for a second, saying that, even though despite their differences, they do share a vision for the province to succeed, and that he doesn't doubt that. So those are the things I really take away from that speech. Definitely in the tone and tenor we've come to expect from Doug Ford, with a little, I guess, added bit of excitement.
Mike, they say, boring campaigns favor the party in power, but usually the second time out, you don't gain more on your majority, do you? You've been following this Queen's Park since '09. What do you think about the fact that they actually increased their majority tonight?
Yeah, I think a good comparison, Dwight, is if you look back to 1999, the second election for Mike Harris. So, last time that there was a PC government in Ontario coming for a second term, his party lost seats. It went from 82 seats down to 59. And so, here you're seeing Doug Ford increase the PC seat count, not by a huge amount, but it's a pretty solid significant victory here. Picking up on some of what Vashi talked about in the speech, what he was articulating there is a lot of what he said in the campaign. Some of the slogans and things, but he was able to get across a positive message in this campaign, and clearly that must have resonated with enough Ontarians, in enough ridings. Folks who are wanting to see what's going to come out of the pandemic, right? We talked about how the pandemic didn't resonate for voters, despite the 2 years that we went through, because it seemed like a lot of people had an appetite for what's going to come next. And so, he's set a pretty high bar for himself. All of these things that he's going to do, that he's going to get done, now obviously we have to see him do it. And on that idea of changing what it means to be a progressive Conservative in this province, you got to compare it to the federal Conservatives. And if you just look at Ontario and how the federal Conservatives did just a few months ago, this is a completely different result. So obviously, Doug Ford and the PCs got people to vote for them that voted for Justin Trudeau's federal Liberals in the last election. One of them was the Uber driver who brought me here to the broadcast center today. He said, I love Justin Trudeau. I'm a Liberal, but in this election, I'm going to vote for Doug Ford.
Thank you for that. I'm hearing that we may be heading off to another winner tonight in the sense that she won her seats. Let's head out to Hamilton and take a look at NDP headquarters. There she is. Jubilation in the room. She has won her seat, but still a lot of questions tonight about the future of this party leader as Andrea Horwath steps to the podium. Let's hear from her.
Well, hello, friends. Bonjour, chers amis. Thank you, Janelle Brady, for that wonderful introduction and for all of your hard work as our party president. I want to begin by thanking every NDP candidate that stepped up and put their name on the ballot this election. You literally are the most impressive team of candidates that has ever been fielded, ever, in this province. I've never seen a team so smart, so accomplished, so diverse, and so dedicated, with so much energy and fight. I'm so proud of each and every one of you. And thank you to the thousands and thousands of folks that volunteered on our campaigns in every corner of Ontario. Thousands of people every single day fighting in our campaigns. Thank you so much for that hard work. Thank you so much for that hard work. In fact, and I've said this over the last couple of days as we've been going through the province, you literally are the beating heart of our party and our movement. You're so wonderful. And to our awesome campaign staff, hello. Hello. On the ground and at our headquarters, what an amazing team. Let's give it up for them. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And you know what? My special thanks to the folks who voted for our amazing candidates. So many people voted for our amazing candidates for good reason, because they're amazing candidates. And so thank you. Thank all of you for making your ballot, marking your ballot for hope, marking your ballot for optimism, marking your ballot for what we can do together. And thank you so much to the millions of Ontarians who made their voices heard in this election. They actually made their voices heard. To every Ontarian, regardless of who you voted for, thank you for caring. Thank you for caring about our province and our future. I'd like to take a minute to thank Stephen Del Duca, Mike Schreiner, and Doug Ford for representing their parties well. Everyone who puts their name on a ballot is stepping up and making our democracy stronger. There's no doubt about it. But you're probably not surprised to know that I could not be more proud of the vision that we put before Ontario, We put a vision forward of a province where everyone can get the health care that they need, when they need it, close to home. A strong, universal healthcare system without painful waits and hallway medicine, where we respect and value our incredible healthcare heroes. Let's give it up for our healthcare heroes. And not only where we respect them, but where we have their back, like they always have our backs. That's how much we have to respect our frontline healthcare workers. Where we have affordable dental care for every Ontarian, mental health and pharmacare into OHIP, seniors care that puts support and respect for our loved ones ahead of corporate profits. The top-notch public education our kids deserve in good schools with enough caring adults. A plan to tackle the crises in housing and affordability, get wages up and rents down. A new way forward where we respect and fulfill the treaties. Working shoulder to shoulder with Indigenous people to fix what's broken, from clean water to livable housing. Urgently tackling the climate crisis, urgently tackling the climate crisis. Doing our part to ensure that the next 7 generations have a healthy planet and a bright future, full of opportunity. And doing so much more to build a province without hate, bigotry, or discrimination of any kind. We will never stop fighting to make these goals a reality for people in Ontario. In every corner of this province, people are counting on us to be on their side. And I know, without a doubt, the team of New Democrats elected tonight will work hard every single day for you. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's true. New Democrats will always stand up for everyday working families. Always. For every person who needs support from their government. For every Ontarian trying to build a better life for themselves and their family. Everyone trying to build a stronger foundation and a brighter future for the next generation. And so tonight the people have spoken, and they've sent a very clear message. The majority of Ontarians have not endorsed or supported the Conservative government. And I just want to say that Doug Ford needs to realize that. He needs to understand that Ontarians did not vote for more cuts and privatization of the things that matter the most to all of us. Ontarians did not vote for more painful waits and more hallway medicine, more horrific mistreatment of our loved ones in seniors' care, or for more of our kids' schools to crumble into disrepair. That's not what Ontarians voted for. They did not vote for more of their friends and neighbors to slip through the cracks, to struggle and scrape by, living paycheck to paycheck, or slip into poverty. They didn't vote for an even less affordable province, where the hope of buying a home or even renting a decent place you can afford becomes more and more of a pipe dream. The majority of Ontarians did not vote for big highways to big houses that no one can afford. They didn't vote for our most vulnerable to be trapped in legislated poverty. They did not vote for a government that ignores its treaty obligations or ignores the rising tide of hate, division, and violence targeting so many communities in our province. And they didn't vote for a government that ignores science, carves up the Greenbelt, and makes the climate crisis worse instead of better. And you know what? These are the worries that people have shared with me throughout the years. And that's why I have fought so hard for them. And you know what? Respecting the voters means listening to all that they tell us. And this is something I want to remind Mr. Ford about. that respecting the voters is about listening to all of what they tell us. So I'm going to save my final thanks for my family, my friends, and the people of Hamilton. I love you too. And my commitment to you is never going to waver. And I'm going to keep working to earn your confidence each and every day. I'm going to keep doing that. But tonight, it's time for me to pass the torch, to pass the baton, to hand off the leadership of the NDP. And you know what? It makes me sad, but it makes me happy because our team is so strong right now. You know, I brought a tissue, and my grandma would have normally tucked it under her sleeve, but my sleeve's too loose, and so I had to tuck it into my belt. But I'm not shedding tears of sadness. I'm shedding tears of pride. Look at you. Look at all of you. Look at what we have done together. Look at what we have done together. Honestly. Together, my friends, we have built a party that is stronger and more ready to govern than ever before. And you know what? You know what? We didn't get there this time. We didn't get there this time. But just know that we will continue to be the powerful champions people need us to be in order to fight Doug Ford's cuts. And you know what? We are once again going to be your official opposition. And I can guarantee you, Ontarians, that as your official opposition, we will work hard every single day to fix what matters most to the people of our province of Ontario. You know why? Do you know why we're going to do that work? Because your priorities were our priorities before the election, and they were our priorities during the election, and they will be our priorities after the election, because that's who we are as New Democrats. And so I want to end by guaranteeing every Ontarian that we will always, always be working for you. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech Yahweh.
You heard it there live, folks. The Steeltown Scrapper has no fight left. Andrea Horvath is passing the torch. She will no longer be the leader of the provincial NDP after a historic last time out in 2018 with 40 seats for her party. This is her fourth and last election as leader, Vashi.
Yeah, she brought the party to where it could go.
Yes.
But clearly, I think that this was telegraphed over the past few days. I think the New Democrats could see from their own internal polling that they were going to end up somewhere in and around here, far short of where they landed in the last election. She took a while to get there in her speech, but certainly she is going to pass the torch. I'm not surprised by that at all. We heard an MPP who won earlier tonight come out right after his own win was declared and say, okay, time for a new leader. When they're that public, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting decision, but when they're that public that soon, the writing is very much on the wall. I thought some of her comments were sort of interesting, directed directed towards the Premier. I mean, look, the NDP didn't fare as badly as the Liberals, but they didn't match their outcome in the last election, and that should be a takeaway for them to reflect on as well.
Mike, you saw her getting emotional. We knew something was coming.
Yeah, Dwight, I've covered Andrea Horwath for the entire time I've been at Queen's Park. She ended up as an NDP leader right around the time I arrived at Queen's Park in 2009, and that, I think, is the best speech I've ever heard from her. She was clearly speaking from the heart. There's been some talk about the possibility that this isn't the last we've seen of Andrea Horwath on the political scene, that there's some talk that she could run for the mayor of Hamilton, although I see now that Stephen Del Duca is
sorry to
rising.
interrupt you, Mike, but yes, Stephen Del Duca is about to speak up in Vaughan Woodbridge.
Well, thank you so very much for that incredible welcome into this room. It is really wonderful for me to see all of you, so many in this room that I know have worked so hard through so many weeks, so many months, in some cases, friends and supporters who have worked side by side with me, with my family for many, many years. I want to thank Ontarians. You think about this for a moment, we are so very fortunate in Canada to have such a thriving and healthy democracy, where every single vote counts. And whether this was your first election or your 40th, thank you for doing your civic duty. I also want to thank all of the candidates in every riding. I've said this many times before, putting one's name on a ballot is not an easy decision. And going door to door, attending debates and events and working to explain your views, explain your vision to the people of Ontario is also very, very hard. And every single bit of it takes courage. I want to thank all of the candidates who stood for office in this election. To Andrea Horwath, to Mike Schreiner, and to Doug Ford, I want to say thank you for stepping up and leading your parties. Thank you for making the sacrifices that come with traveling the province, for weeks at a time, months at a time, and for enduring the scrutiny that comes with leadership. It's not always easy, and we often don't agree, but I respect each of you for stepping up as leaders. And I want to say thank you and congratulations to our Ontario Liberal team, to the women and men all over this province who chose to stand up and who chose to fight so hard. I am incredibly, incredibly proud of each and every one of you. Yes, all of our candidates, every single candidate. Our Ontario Liberal Party, our Ontario Liberal family, has come so very far so fast, and during a pandemic no less. You think about this for just a moment. We had a diverse and inclusive roster of candidates, with, for the first time ever in our party's history, 50% of our candidates being female. Absolutely, absolutely. And so many of our candidates, so many of them determined, because as being younger candidates, so determined to help shape Ontario's future. Now, to be clear, this isn't the outcome that we had hoped for and worked hard for. And yes, it's true, I am disappointed to not have been successful here in my home community, my home riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. But I am very, very proud of all of our MPPs, both those caucus members who will be returning to the legislature and our newly elected MPPs. I'm proud of the innovative ideas that we as a team brought forward. Proud of every one of you who fundraised, knocked on doors, made those phone calls, put up signs, and today got out the vote. I want to thank our riding association presidents. I know many of you have heard me say this before. Many years ago, before I first became an MPP, I had the chance to serve as a riding association president. I had the chance to serve as a campus club president and to serve on multiple riding executives. And so, to the women and men who make up the rank and file, if I can put it that way, of our party, yes, our PLA presidents, including my own, Christina Sindrick. Thank you so much, Christina. To our riding association presidents and executives, to our Ontario Young Liberals, to our Ontario Women's Liberal Commission, and to Brian Johns, our party president, and the entire Ontario Liberal Party Executive Council, thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say again, I have no doubt that the women and men that Ontario Liberals have elected to the legislature will do their part. In fact, will do more than their part to help grow a new and energetic progressive movement here in Ontario. It will, however, be a movement that will be led by a new leader. Earlier this evening, I informed our party president of my decision to step down from the leadership of our party, and I have asked him to meet with the executive to set a leadership contest for as soon as is reasonable. I am again so very proud of the work that we did. And here is something else that I know. Watching how we've grown stronger, watching how we've worked so hard to build this party over the last couple of years, I know that we as a political family and we as a political movement will be starting the next campaign from a much better place. In addition to the new MPPs that we've added, we've attracted, think about this, we've attracted tens of thousands of new volunteers and party members to take up the fight. And we anticipate that the party will be debt-free by the end of this year. By the end of this year. But more importantly, I know that Ontario Liberals will use our new, stronger platform to continue to propose thoughtful, innovative, progressive ideas to make our province a place to grow. Today, the voters of our province have spoken, and they've delivered a majority government to the Conservatives. I want to congratulate Premier Ford, and I hope he leads our province well. Now, I say that, and I mean that sincerely, because above all else, I'm a dad. I'm a dad to Talia and Grace, who are sitting right here. And I want my daughters to grow up in a province, an incredible opportunity, an incredible Ontario, that offers them even more opportunity than I had growing up here. I trust that the incredible responsibility of leading this great province will weigh heavily on Mr. Ford. I know that it would for me, because after all, it is a big deal. It's a big deal to be entrusted with the hopes and dreams of millions of people. And as a party, I know that we will redouble our efforts to earn your trust, because we don't care where you came from, how long you've been here, who you're connected to, or how much money you have, or what your station in life is. We care that you feel respected. We care that you feel included. We care that you feel seen. And we'll look right past the neighborhood that you live in, rich or poor, rural or urban, north or south, to make sure that you get your chance to succeed. That's what Ontario Liberals believe in. That's the Ontario that we will always fight for. And you know that we will do this, because what's important to us is pretty simple. We want the best for you, the best education, the best health care, the best quality of life, all supported by the best jobs and the strongest economy, and we won't ever stop working to make that happen. Now, the last thing that I want to say as I wrap up is that there are a lot of people, and I can see so many of you as I stand here at this podium, and I know that you in this room represent thousands of others right across Ontario. Now, the women and men who never stand at a podium and never see their names in the paper, but I and every single one of our candidates, well, we stand on your shoulders. But there are three names that are most important to me of all: Utilia, Talia, and Grace, my wife and our daughters. You should see the look on their faces right now. My wife and our two daughters, who I love so, so much, who've inspired me, who've motivated me and supported me every single step of the way. And I can confirm that we've already agreed that we'll be at Wonderland this Sunday, right, guys? Now, they're the reason. They're the reason that I do this. They're the reason that I do everything. They're the reason that I've always been able to do what I've tried hard to do. Now, there's some other people that I want to thank as well. They're not in the room right now, but they are upstairs. And those are my parents, Margaret and Benny. Yes, please. My mom and dad, I've said this so many times, they literally moved heaven and earth for me, for my sister Lorraine, and for my brothers Mark and Michael. They did everything for us, sacrificed, so dedicated, so hardworking. They still are. I want to say, Mom, Dad, I love you so much, and I am so grateful for everything that you've always done for me. Thank you. And I also want to thank a number of the people who've worked so hard. I'm looking out at an audience of people who I know have been knocking on doors here in Vaughan, Woodbridge, led by Andrew Donaghy, our local campaign manager. Andrew, thank you so much. And honestly, if I start naming all of the names of people who've worked hard over the past 4 weeks, and in some cases like Rocco Grossi over the past 30 years with me, that's Rocco Grossi, by the way, Rocco Grossi. But I want to thank you all. I want to thank you all for being with me every step of the way. You know, this has been an incredible journey for me in this party, in this political family that I love so much. And as I said earlier in my remarks this evening, I know that we will go forward. I know that we will never stop working. I know that we will continue to grow and to be a force for good, a force for positive change here in Ontario. It is what Ontario Liberals do. It is what we do well. It is what we should continue to do, and again, I know we will. And I just want to say, having had the chance over the past couple of years to serve as your leader has been the honor of my lifetime. I want to thank you. I want to thank all Ontario Liberal Party members for giving me this chance, for working alongside me, and for making sure that we always put our best foot forward. So, thank you for this. Thank you for your incredible work. Thank you for always being there for me and for each other. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to continue to support our party and build an Ontario that is always a place to grow. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it.
Two big back-to-back breaking news stories on this election night. Two party leaders stepping down, and it's all because of what you're looking at on the bottom of your screen. I feel like every time I look up, the PCs have added a seat. It was 82 last time, 83 now.
And how small that Liberal number is, Dwight. Look, you could see the dejection in Stephen Del Duca, his expression, but also in his voice. This is, Stephen Del Duca is a Montreal Canadiens fan, like me, and Montreal Canadiens just had one of the worst seasons in their history,
Yes.
while Stephen Del Duca has just, delivered the Liberals, again, one of the worst results in their history in Ontario.
Back-to-back campaigns.
Yeah, no Stanley Cup for Stephen Del Duca's team tonight, that's for sure.
Vashi, you cover politics all day, every day. This is unusual.
This isn't not just unusual. This is a massive shift in the Ontario political landscape. Two leaders in the process of the last 20 minutes, both opposition leaders, have resigned their positions as leaders of the party. It's hard to imagine any more of a definitive victory for the PCs right now. I mean, not only did they build on the majority of 2018, but they forced the resignation, in essence, with that victory of both of their toughest opponents, right? Both of the leaders of the opposition parties. This is a monumental moment in Ontario political history, one that I don't think I've witnessed in my lifetime. It's a big deal.
It really is. And let's head over to Eric Brenier to look at how they pulled this off, this incredible victory tonight, Eric.
The PCs got a lot of support across the province. They gained some seats. So let's look at the vote share across the province right now. The PCs won that popular vote. They have 41%, so a little bit better than they actually did in 2018. So again, the fact that an incumbent government is actually improving its vote share from one election to the next, not only its seats, is quite something. And you can see the Liberals and the New Democrats. It's results that have cost both of the leaders their jobs, but they're tied right now in the vote across the province at 23.6%. But you can see that the NDP has 29 seats, the Liberals only 8 with the same amount of vote. Just shows how inefficient the Liberal vote has been. Let's look at how the seats have changed since 2018. Hasn't been a huge amount of change, but it's enough to make this a really big win for the PCs under Doug Ford. The PCs have gained, there you go, 7 seats for the PCs over 2018. The Liberals are up 1. There's 1 independent. It's Haldimand in Norfolk. There's a candidate there that seems to be ahead. And what we have for the NDP, though, 9 seats that they've lost. Now, the fact that the NDP are the big losers of this election in terms of the seat count, you know, Andrea Horwath is still passing off the party as the official opposition. This is still the second best result that the NDP has had in terms of its seats since they formed government in 1990. So you look at these numbers, the fact that the Liberals picked up a seat, I'm pretty sure that the NDP is a little bit happier with these results than the Liberals. And the PCs, of course, most happy. They have a bigger majority government than last time.
And to your point, it really makes a difference with the efficiency of the vote. Thank you for that, Eric. Vashi, as you said, we have a big news story tonight with 2 leaders stepping down back to back.
Yeah, a massive political story in this province. I want to bring in Jaskran, Sandra, and Sabrina and Angie, who've patiently been watching all this breaking news unfold on our watch. Jaskran, I have to start with you. What happened tonight?
Look, Del Duca and the Ontario Liberals were hoping to challenge that channel, I'm losing myself here. Later we go into the night. They wanted to channel some of that Trudeau Liberal success here in Ontario. Instead, it was Doug Ford and the PC party that mimicked and then surpassed the kind of numbers Trudeau pulled off here in Ontario. Now, that says something. That's a popular, very telling mandate that he just pulled off. Del Duca just never connected with the voters, and they didn't run a really considerably galvanizing campaign that they needed to pull this off. In Horwath's case, you know, expectations are the key to happiness. Low expectations are the key to happiness, mind you. In this case, you know, the NDP was at one point, you know, the conversation was that maybe they'll lose official opposition to the Liberals. The fact that they kept it together now, you know, shows that at least she exits with her head held high, and she's able to say that I left the party in a good position and hand it off to whoever is going to be coming in, and that could be a handful of candidates, even some that lost here tonight.
The decisiveness of this win for the PCs, Sabrina, is kind of emblematic to me in Brampton. I mean, winning back seats from some really prominent New Democrats there just shows you the extent to which they really won this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. The 905 is always a make or break region for Ontario, you know, especially when it comes to majority versus minority. Obviously, you know, the PCs turned it out. It wasn't even close here. And they tend to flip back and forth in the 905, especially in Brampton, too. So certainly, you know, a big victory for them. Huge, devastating loss for the NDP there. And also Windsor and the North, too. You know, Timmins, big loss for Gilles Bisson over there, the NDP incumbent. You know, in Essex and Windsor-Tecumseh, there were no NDP incumbents. That might have given the PCs a bit of an edge. Obviously, they took that. They've been positioning themselves as more union-friendly, more labor-friendly. And so this was a big loss for the NDP. At the same time, Horwath stepping down felt, you know, it's a big deal, obviously, as you said, but it kind of felt a bit inevitable, too. And same with Del Duca.
Well, especially with Horwath, Jaskran, she had signaled in the past few days that that was a possibility. She had not said, no, I'm staying. Del Duca, on the other hand, had said, no, I'm sticking around, which leads me to believe that number on the screen ahead of us right now is what just sort of said, no way, you can't.
Look, they went from the minivan party to like 2 sedans to be comfortable. Like that's the situation that you have right now. I think, sorry to be mean, but like this is actually really brutal, red wedding level disaster here for the Liberal Party. And you got to ask yourself, what went wrong? They didn't even connect. They came nowhere close to what they thought they could. And to your point, exactly, there's no way Del Duca thought they were going to come out of this and not be at least official party status. I don't know what way you spin this and how do you tell yourself and your team that this is the best that you could do.
I know, Sabrina, you have a lot of sources in the Liberal Party who have been texting you throughout the night. Did this surprise them at all? The sort of, they had really been pitching that they would make some gains. Their goal was to hold the PCs to a minority. Like, this is just so far off base from that. Did that come as a surprise?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Liberals are blowing up my phone right now, and they're not happy. Just in the moments before we heard Del Duca, resign, they were saying he has to go. There's a leadership review that's automatic. It seemed unlikely he would have, held on as much as he wanted to. There's already speculation about, who could come in and take his seat, because that was kind of what we were saying in the 2020 Liberal leadership race. Del Duca was the front runner. He's known as a good campaigner. He's been in the party since he was a teenager, as he said. Like, there was kind of a lack of other compelling challengers there. So I think that, for him, the absolute lowest bar was getting recognized party status. He didn't do it, and the knives are coming out already.
Man, politics is a rough business. I was just thinking, in the past 2 weeks, I've been on screen for Jason Kenney, these two resignations. Yep. Yeah, you're up and then you're down pretty fast.
You really are. And Jasker and I did catch that Game of Thrones reference with the Red Wedding, sir. And we're heading up to Liberal territory right now. Travis Danraj is with some Del Duca supporters.
Yeah, certainly, Dwight, as you guys have been talking about, the energy just completely sucked out of this room a couple times tonight, but really at the end there when Stephen Del Duca said that he was going to resign. Actually, the media tried to ask him questions as he was leaving out of this venue to go to his vehicle. Security kind of stopped us from doing that, did not answer any questions in terms of what comes next here for the party. Alex is with me right now, Liberal supporter. How are you feeling tonight right now?
Look, I don't think there's any way around it. It's a tough night for all of us. It's definitely not the outcome that we had hoped for. But look, politics is hard. It's rough and tumble. Sometimes you don't get the outcome that you want, and you have to be okay with that.
When you look at the screen there's Armando right there, and you see the number 8. I mean, yeah, there was a tough road ahead, but did you think you'd be in this position, almost the same position, 4 years later?
I don't think any of us did. I don't think any of us wanted to be in this position, and I think that goes without saying. But again, politics is hard, and the act of party building is hard. I think if you, and as you have, spoken to lots of folks within the party and outside of it, it was always going to be challenging for us coming in from a third-party position with no status in the legislature. We knew it was going to be a tough slog, and again, not necessarily the outcome that we would have wanted, but it's hard.
Stephen Del Duca as a leader, there has been criticism that he was not charismatic enough, that he wasn't tougher on Doug Ford, that there were issues during the campaign with his messaging. When you're looking back now, in retrospect, what do you think some of those issues were, in your opinion?
Well, I think, as with every election, there's going to be a diagnostic that happens after the fact, and we can expect the party to, do a pretty thorough job of examining what happened in this campaign versus other campaigns in the past. But
what do you think happened right now?
Honestly, it's still really early, and I think a lot of us are still processing. But it's been an exhausting couple of years for everybody. I think we saw that voter turnout was pretty low across the board. I think folks are just tired, and I think that's okay. Again, I think what we wanted to do coming into this campaign was sort of lay out that fair, forward-looking, fully costed plan for Ontario. That vision is something that Stephen carried in to this campaign, and to max Better's charisma. He worked really hard. He hit the streets. He met lots of people. He sold the plan, and I think you see that reflected in the popular vote tonight. We had a decent showing. It just didn't translate the way we would have wanted it to.
Did you expect that Stephen Del Duca was going to resign and step down as leader tonight, or was that a surprise to you?
Look. Stephen has got to make the best decision that he has to make for the party and for himself and for his family. And I don't want to, the night of the election, a couple minutes after he announced it, to opine or have an opinion. Again, he did what he thought was best for the party and for his family, and I respect him for that.
I saw you back here cheering for him and chanting, "Stephen, Stephen." What was it that you saw in him that you believed when he became the leader? Okay, he can actually take us back to Queen's Park with a good showing, possibly official opposition, possibly even premier initially.
It's a great question. I think, look, anyone who knows Stephen knows how hard he works. He worked his butt off for years. And people in the party rallied behind him because we saw him as somebody who could, rebuild the party, really sell this fair, forward-looking plan. And I think at the end of the day, Travis, I think he just would have made a good premier. Somebody who's steady and stable and ready to do the job on day one, and I think that's why I and other Liberals supported him.
And last question, is there anybody that you see out there in the field right now that could possibly be a good replacement going into the next 4 years, the next election, as the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party?
It's a little early. I don't know.
You're gonna take it easy for the night. Assess everything. There you go, Alex. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So that is the mood right now. I think a little shell-shocked as to what has happened tonight. They are assessing things, the Liberal Party, and they'll figure out what direction they go in next without a leader right now. Dwight?
Thank you for that, Travis. For the Liberals to pick up some wins tonight, they would have had to suppress the NDP vote. Let's head over to Eric Grenier and see what happened to them out there tonight, Eric.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Liberals and how their vote broke down across the province because, they were hoping to make some inroads and they didn't really do that. They had 19.6% of the vote last time. They're at 23.6% now. It's an improvement, but it's not very big. But you can see that they did have some gains in some key areas of the province. The Greater Toronto Area up 8 points from the last election. Toronto, they're up 6 points. Those are important battlegrounds, but they weren't able to win seats in them. So let's look at some of those ridings. You need 12 to be a recognized party at Queen's Park. They just need 4. Let's find those 4. There's only a few of them where they weren't very far behind. Look at Eglinton Lawrence. 326 votes right now between Robin Martin of the PCs and Arlena Hebert of the Liberals. If that flips, that could be get them a lot closer to 12. You can look at Etobicoke Lakeshore. It's 803 votes. We've elected now Christine Hogarth over Lee Fairclough, so that's not going to happen for the Liberals. You can look in the Greater Toronto Area. Look at a place like Mississauga Erin Mills. 602 votes. Imran Mian is behind Sheriff Sabawi. And then if you look in Central Ontario, this is another riding that the Liberals were hoping to win in Barrie, Springwater or Medonte. 582 votes. The Attorney General, Doug Downey, currently leading Jeff Lehman, who is the mayor of Barrie. So you got 4 ridings right there where the Liberals are less than 1,000 votes behind the PCs. They would have won those. They'd be up to 12. Their vote efficiency would look a little bit better. They're just not delivering. They're not winning where they had to win.
Thank you for that, Eric. And Mike, to Eric's point, they're losing, but they're losing badly. There's some tight races for them out there, but still losing.
A handful of tight races. I mean, at first I thought we could look at it and say, that maybe there's one tiny silver lining, which is that the Liberals came in second in a whole bunch of ridings, but they came second by a pretty long distance in a lot of them. A key thing about how this all happened is the vote split between the NDP and the Liberals. A couple of days ago, talking to some PC sources who said for them, there was something they called the Goldilocks scenario, which would be a perfect vote split between the NDP and the Liberals, because the way the math worked is that if the Liberal vote was a little bit higher, then the PCs figured they could win some votes from the seats from the NDP. If the NDP votes a little higher, then they'll win seats from the Liberals. If the two of them are even like this, they're going to win. They're going to win all kinds of things, and so that is a key to why you see that big 83 number there under the PC. So a significant jump from what they had the last time.
Happy place tonight, PC headquarters out in Etobicoke. Let's head back out there to Lisa Shing with that jubilant crowd.
Well, you know what, Dwight? I'm not going to say it's not a happy atmosphere, but if you take a look, the crowd is actually gone. And I think this is because they were expecting a victory. Maybe not a victory of these margins, but certainly a victory nonetheless. And so in talking to a lot of the people here, they're not surprised, right? And so they were here, they really got up on their feet, chanted for Ford when he got up on stage, and they were absolutely excited. But as soon as Doug Ford left the stage, the crowd, there was a bit of dancing, a few beers had, but essentially, this was a night that they expected. It was a victory for them. And I think this really speaks to the message that Doug Ford said on stage, right? The theme of unity, bringing people together across the province. And that clearly resounded with a lot of people as well. They had a very clear message in this campaign. We heard it time and time again. They want to build. They want to build infrastructure and highways. And that's what I also heard in the crowd tonight was that was very popular with some of the voters, some of the supporters here as well. So they never really strayed from that. They didn't get knocked off course, you know, and thinking back to the campaign and covering it for the last few weeks, I can't really think of Doug Ford having a bad day on the campaign trail. You know, maybe a couple bumps here and there, definitely a lot of media noticing he wasn't taking questions, but by and large, he had a successful campaign, and I think this victory really proves it, Dwight.
Lisa, I expected like some of the Ford Party picnics they've had over the years. I can't believe folks went home so early after this massive victory for their party tonight. They're already putting away the chairs. I guess maybe it was expected. Thank you for that, Lisa.
No one was surprised.
All right, let's head over to Farah Morelli next with what mattered, I guess, to PC voters.
Yeah, certainly a really big question tonight, Dwight, given this resounding PC victory. What's really interesting about this Vote Compass data is that you can actually break it down by issue based on how voters plan to, or which party they plan to vote for. So let's take a look at some of these issues right now. We'll pull them up on the board right here. So when it comes to issues that mattered to PC voters, according to this data, the number one issue, again, not a surprise, the cost of living. About a quarter mentioned this issue. The second issue on that list, the economy. This is the economy and finances, things like job creation, taxes, words like that were mentioned by voters. This was, of course, the biggest issue for voters in the last election. Certainly after 2 years of a pandemic, you can imagine why that is such an important issue for PC voters and what we saw looking at the results that we saw tonight. I want to pivot a little bit and talk about an issue that is something that ranked very highly on the Vote Compass data, and that is the environment. It's something we heard a lot from the leaders in their speeches at the end of the night, and we're going to pull up the next screen and talk about it, and that is the environment. There was a question in Vote Compass that dug into really what Ontario, or how much Ontario should do to reduce its carbon emissions. We can see this was a big question, or an important question for voters. 42% said that they think that the government should do much more to reduce carbon emissions. 28% said somewhat more, 17% the same as now, and of course a smaller percentage saying somewhat less. But where this gets kind of interesting is where you separate it by party, so voters who plan to vote for a certain party. And when you pull up that board, which is the next one right here, you can see that the majority of PC Green Liberal, Green, and NDP voters all said that they believe much more needs to be done to reduce carbon emissions. And only about 14% of the PC voters said that they believe much more needs to be done to address climate change or reduce carbon emissions here in Ontario. So certainly different approaches to the environment. Interesting to see what mattered to PC voters, what mattered to other voters. Certainly, Dwight, the message that we got from this data was the cost of living, affordability, the big issues of the night. Will be interesting to see once this government forms what they'll actually do. Yeah, and that 14% on carbon, that's an interesting number there. All right, thank you for that, Farah. The big news tonight, other than this massive PC victory, of course, two party leaders stepping down. Let's head back out to Hamilton and NDP headquarters where Lorenda is standing by. Lorenda.
Well, Dwight, we saw Lisa earlier. One thing that the NDP can say, they beat the PCs with their supporters staying around a little longer, but wow, not the good news that we saw at PC headquarters. And really shocking when we heard that announcement from Andrea Horwath stepping down. There was so much anticipation. Was it going to happen or not? So many people talking about how this is her fourth election, and if she didn't improve her party's standing, could she stay on? I'm joined now by an NDP strategist, Tom Parkin. Tom, what did you make, first of all, from her speech?
Well, Andrea has, I think, inspired a lot of people through this campaign. And as I watched the campaign, I saw people coming who would tell their stories, would spill out their stories to Andrea, and they trusted her with that. So there was a lot of positive emotion for Andrea. And she built a party on over many years, many elections. She took over the NDP wasn't official party status, had low support among the trade union movement, couldn't raise the money to run a proper campaign, but every election she moved it forward, and so she leaves the party in a much stronger position than when she took it over. And really, I think for that, the New Democrats owe her a huge thanks. And I think she has to go down as really one of the most accomplished leaders that the NDP in Ontario has had.
She couldn't improve the standing this time, though. Yeah. And this was at a time when the NDP, you guys had been, official opposition, you had more money, more staff. Why couldn't she do it?
Well, I think, the pandemic had a bit to do with it. And I think Mr. Ford's kind of quiet approach managed to put a bit of a blanket off of the ability of Ms. Horwath to catch any fire. But also, we were in a difficult strategic position where Mr. Del Duca was really blocking our path. Our campaign was focused on trying to defeat Mr. Ford, and Mr. Del Duca was trying to defeat us, and that really got in the way of us trying to do our job. So I don't know what happens after tonight, but I believe that 4 years from now, people have learned that when you vote Liberal in Ontario, now what you do is you end up electing Conservative government. If people want to get rid of this Conservative government 4 years from now, it's going to be an NDP vote because the NDP is the official opposition. I hope finally people have learned their lesson that this is the party, has the stability, has the front bench, has the resources, has the team in place, as we've seen, to replace Mr. Ford when Ontarians are ready to do that.
Interesting. I mean, such a fight between you two parties, the Liberals and the NDP. And I think of what Stephen Del Duca said during the debate towards Andrea Horwath, said, every time you come at me, it's a vote for Doug Ford. But I mean, tonight we are hearing from one of the MPPs who was reelected, Joel Harden in Ottawa. He said that it's time for Andrea Horwath to go. So what do you see going forward for this party?
Well, what's going to happen immediately is Andrea has stepped down tonight. So that means that in very short order, there'll be an interim leader appointed by the party. And then the party will set up a process for the selection of the new leader, and they'll determine the timeline and the process. So that's what's immediately in the cards for the NDP.
So in terms of the next, like an interim leader, that'll come within?
Days, I'm told. Yeah, that is as quickly as we can gather the party council together to make a decision, and then there'll be a decision. Andrea's, I think deserves to go out. She's done a lot. All I can say is she's done a lot for the party. This is the first time that the NDP has been official opposition 2 times in a row. And now to be the obvious choice to be the successor in the next election. I don't think it has been clearer like this before. So, I think we owe her a great deal of thanks and a tribute to Andrea.
How long do you think it could be before there's a new permanent leader?
We'll see. Maybe as short as next spring. That would be a quick pace, I think. Maybe next fall, something of that nature. But again, I don't want to get into too much conjecture, but these things do take time. People have to raise their money. They have to go meet the members. They have to build their profile. And so a proper race takes some time.
Going back to Andrea, and I'm thinking about her, I was, on the campaign bus right near the end there, and it seemed like she really came into her own at the end. She'd come back from COVID, then the flight up to the north was canceled for a second time, all this bad news, and then what we saw is this very energetic, revived party, and we saw the dancing. What was it? I mean, did she kind of realize that the end was there?
Well, I just think that's Andrea. I mean, Andrea is an energetic person, and she, this is why I think people are, interested in her, why they find her attractive. She's somebody who's got some effervescence. She's quick with a laugh. She doesn't take things too seriously. She's got that certain thing that politician needs. If a politician is drab or gray, it's very, very difficult to succeed and to attract volunteers, to build relationships that are necessary. So I just think that's Andrea's energy, and frankly, that's a kind of New Democratic Party thing, because we're a party that's about hope, right? We're about a party that's about trying to change things for the better, and sometimes you see things that are not, that are upsetting. And you want to change that for people. You want to change people who are living in situations that are unfair. You want to deal with many crises that we have. So there's an emotional basis in the New Democrats between an empathy, but also knowing that we can do these kind of things. If we just elect the right government, we can make big changes, big positive changes in our province.
We saw the emotion tonight, certainly, from Andrea Horvath. Dwight, I'll send it back to you. Lots of drama here on this election night.
There has been a lot of drama tonight, and usually when you call the election so early, you don't expect all this drama to unfold, but this has not been that kind of night. It's been filled with that. As we look at the board at the bottom of your screen and we look at the numbers where they are leading, many of them elected tonight already, 83, 31, and 8, and then 1 for the Greens. There's another 1 there. You see that gray number 1 there? Eric Grenier, what is that all about? Independent win?
Yeah, that's right. It is an independent, so let's find that person on the map. Now, this is in Haldimand, Norfolk. Take a look at it right there. This is Bobby Ann Brady, who is projected to be the next MPP for Haldimand, Norfolk. Now, what happened here was that Toby Barrett was the PC MPP. He was not running for re-election. He wanted Bobby Ann Brady, who had worked with him for a long time, to be his replacement as the PC candidate. The party decided to go with Ken Hewitt. Apparently that was a mistake because the voters in Haldimand, Norfolk have decided to send an independent to Queen's Park, which we don't see very often. It's been a long time since the last independent was elected in Ontario. But while we're talking about, some of these other candidates, some of these other parties, let's take a look at what happened with the New Blues in the Kitchener area. So Jim Karahalios was the leader of the New Blues, hoping to get elected in Kitchener-Conestoga, and said the son of the former Premier Mike Harris is going to be the PC MPP again in Kitchener-Conestoga. Jim Karahalios of the New Blues finished 4th there. And in Cambridge, Belinda Karahalios, the wife of Jim Karahalios, she was the PC MPP for Cambridge. She was booted over the party over COVID-19 restrictions. And instead, Brian Riddell is going to be elected as the next MPP for Cambridge. Belinda Karahalios finishing 4th. And another one I wanted to look at was Chatham-Kent, Leamington. This was where Rick Nichols, who was, again, a PC MPP who had to leave caucus running for the Ontario Party, and he finished 3rd. Trevor Jones going to be heading to Queen's Park instead. But you can see that the Ontario Party and the New Blues combined for quite a few votes in Chatham-Kent, Leamington, but it's going to be a PC riding again. None of these parties on the right really had any problem for Doug Ford and the PCs, did not cost them a big win tonight.
And that was one of the themes we were talking about, whether or not those right-wing parties would do that. Thank you for that, Eric. Let's head over to Vashi now, and we understand there's been a statement from the PM?
Yes, the Prime Minister, I've got some news just into my inbox, has released a statement on the victory of Doug Ford and the PCs. He says, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I congratulate Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario on their re-election. Over the past several years, the federal government, working with the province, has delivered historic investments in retooling our auto sector to build cleaner vehicles while creating and securing thousands of good jobs in communities across the province. I look forward to continue working with Premier Ford, the Prime Minister writes, and his government to keep people safe from COVID-19, build the housing that communities need, and deliver on our federal promise of $10 a day childcare for families while growing the middle class and the economy. We will build a better future for Ontarians and all Canadians. That's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's statement on Premier Ford's win. I want to bring back Jasker and Sabrina and just talk a little bit about, I was thinking of back in the day when Premier Ford was part of the Resistance. Remember that Maclean's cover? He was one of the 5 gentlemen on there providing a resistance, they said, to the current government at the time, which is still the government federally, the Prime Minister and the Liberals. Boy, how time, from resistance to bromance, really, a very different relationship between the feds and the Ontario government through the pandemic and even right until now, to the point where when Justin Trudeau cast his ballot, he didn't even say who he was voting for. What do you make of that?
Oh, just 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah.
Just the best buddies that ever can be. This is what government and politics should look like in this country. Look, I think it's a marriage of convenience. The Liberal Party knew with Del Duca that there was a leader that just wasn't going to pull it off. That's all it was. And a lot of people saw that and sensed that. And they never saw the numbers kind of come together in a way that you'd lend the Liberal Party any efficiency in winning seats in the 905. And you contrast that with Doug Ford. Doug Ford does well in suburban communities. He comes from a suburban community. There's some legitimacy and credibility there when he speaks about issues impacting the 905. And Ford is smart enough to know that when it comes to policy positions that matter to places in the 905, such as the 413, that he won't back off and articulate and stop articulating why that's important. And so he's been able to do that more effectively than let's say a federal Conservative Party. And so Trudeau working with Ford, just consider that the new normal They're going to work very closely with one another. And, don't forget that it was Trudeau that said, I won't attack you during the federal election, make an example out of you, and Ford, you don't make an example out of me, and we'll just keep clear of one another.
It's just so interesting because it hasn't always been that way. And Sabrina, Mike touched on this, but even the fact that, for example, if you think of the federal Conservatives in the 905, in the last election, they were not able to make any gains there. But people who vote for Justin Trudeau in that area also voted for Doug Ford tonight. What does that tell you?
Yeah, Ontario has this interesting history where we vote one way provincially and the opposite way federally. So if we've got Conservatives at Queen's Park like we do, we tend to vote Liberal in the federal government. And that's kind of what we saw last September, as you mentioned. Ford and Trudeau have this interesting dynamic where they play off of each other. Sometimes when they're campaigning or governing, they do make good foils for each other. And we have seen them campaign against each other very hard. And then, be very friendly and have this bromance when it's convenient for them. Just days before the campaign kicked off 29 days ago, Trudeau was up in the Windsor area making announcements, making it rain, lots of money for electric vehicle incentives. We haven't seen Trudeau, say much about Del Duca. And so I think it's very telling, but this back and forth, it's very convenient for both of them politically.
I also remember, Jasker, in a time when Kathleen Wynne and Justin Trudeau were campaigning together, and the Liberal brand federally and provincially had a lot more crossover than it appears to have right now. That was not evident this time around. You don't see a trickle-down effect on the provincial Liberals. In fact, we saw Stephen Del Duca resign tonight, just a few minutes ago. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, look, they were very close with the Wynne government, and they weren't shy about it. This time, it was quiet. Although you did see local-level MPs assisting their counterparts. In a place like Peel, which went absolutely blue, the local MPs, the Liberal MPs, were very active. Even Navdeep Bains, who is not even an MP anymore, was actively campaigning in places like Brampton South against Pravmeet Sakaria, who's one of the main faces of the new PC party. That had no effect, no impact. And so when you look at the board now and you kind of assess what this means, I think for Conservative organizers and strategists, they're going to look at this and say there is a path to win these places. And what does that look like? Now, Doug Ford is not abrasive, or not as abrasive as he used to be, 3-4 years ago. So what does that say when you start looking towards the Conservative leaders that are vying for the seat? What one of them aligns more closely with Doug Ford's style in the 905?
That is a million-dollar question. I don't think I have the answer to, because I don't see a lot of them aligning very closely with Doug Ford, at least his style and what he represents. But that, given what happened tonight, could change.
It really could. And as we look at this map on the floor, now I know it looks like there's a lot of orange on there, but as Eric Grenier always points out, people vote, not land. And you see those northern ridings, they're really big. A lot of blue writings on that map, a little bit of red in the little corners there at the edges of the GTA. Mike Crawley, we're going to hear from the winner tonight that brought all this blue onto this map. From his victory speech earlier in the evening, let's hear from Premier Doug Ford.
What a night and what a result! Together, we have done the impossible. We have made history. Wow, I'm just so grateful, so grateful. Oh, wow.
Mike, 7 PCs left or kicked out of this party. He has replaced them and added tonight.
Yeah, and look, one of the key things that I'm looking at around where the PCs gained seats was in some of the places where the NDP had seats before, cities that you could say are working class, places like Windsor, right? I'm seeing PC pickups that came as a result of Doug Ford's pitch to workers. We saw during the campaign him, using workers in hard hats in the backdrop a lot. And that isn't evidence that you actually are on the side of the workers. And to me, the alchemy that these PCs performed over the course of their term around managing to pitch themselves as a party that's on the side of the workers is one of the most
support.
Well, it's one of the most fundamental changes that it just has me kind of speechless almost. You got to remember, this government, when it came into power, one of the first things that they did was they scrapped a law allowing a couple of paid sick days. They froze the minimum wage.
Yes.
They made it harder to join a union, right? That's, less than 4 years ago. And now, within the past number of months, you had Doug Ford and the PCs talking about how they're on the side of the workers, right?
Yes.
And I've heard from some sources that a lot of this came from Monty McNaughton, the Labour minister, persuaded Cabinet that they needed to, actually abide by that motto, that the slogan that Doug Ford had the last time, for the people. If you're really going to be for the people, you can't be for the employers. And a PC strategist said to me last fall, there are more workers who vote than business owners.
Yes,
and they realized that, for the electoral math to work for them, that they had to be truly for the people, being more for the workers. So it was quite a transformation.
A lot of those unions used to support the Liberals back in the day, and now they're with the PCs. Eric Grenier, we're continuing to look at the numbers across the province.
Yeah, you can see that the PCs were trying to get that vote from the New Democrats. So let's take a look at how the NDP vote broke down across the province. They had 23.8% of the vote, so that's down roughly 10 points from where they were in the last election. It's more where Andrew Horwath was in 2011 and 2014 in her first campaign. But you can see that they were down across the board. Down 11 points in Northern Ontario, down 11 points in the Southwest, down 12 points in the GTA, down 9 in Toronto. So lots of losses for the NDP in the vote share, but not so much in the seat share. They're only down 9 from the last time. Let's look at Northern Ontario, which is actually one of the regions where the PCs made some gains at the expense of the New Democrats. You can look at Timmins. This is a big result. Gilles Bisson has been the MPP since 1990. No longer. It's now going to be George Pirie. George Pirie is the mayor of Timmins, and it seems like they like the mayor. They're going to send the mayor down to Toronto. You can see also in Thunder Bay, Atikokan. This is, we were talking earlier in the show about how unlikely it is for the PCs to win a riding in Thunder Bay, and they've done it. Kevin Holland winning this seat, defeating Judith Monteith-Farrell, who was the NDP incumbent there. But the New Democrats did retain some seats in the north and actually gained one. If you look at Thunder Bay Superior North, this was a Liberal riding. Michael Gravel had been the Liberal MPP for a very long time. Now it's going to be Lise Vaugeois of the NDP. And if we look at the two ridings in the north, these are two ridings that are have smaller populations to give representation to Indigenous people and Francophones in Northern Ontario. Kwetnong, you have Sol Mamakwa. He is projected to be the next MPP, again being re-elected in that riding. And Mushkegowik, James Bay, the NDP winning that one as well. Guy Bourgoin defeating Éric Côté. So we have still a lot of orange in the north. Takes up a lot of land, but not as many seats as the PCs. They got Southern Ontario, and that's where the election was decided for them.
Thank you, Eric. And you know what? Let's continue with the story of the North. Let's head up to Matt Biss up in Thunder Bay. Matt.
Thanks, Dwight. As Eric said, the PCs did make breakthroughs in two ridings in particular here in the North tonight. The Timmins breakthrough is a big one, a resounding win for George Pirie over Gilles Bisson. And in Thunder Bay Atikokan, Kevin Holland's win gives the PCs a Thunder Bay representative in their caucus for the first time since the 1980s. So what this gives the PCs in the North is they now have representation in 4 of the 5 major Northern Ontario cities. So they'll now have a sitting MPP in Thunder Bay, in Sault Ste. Marie, in North Bay, and in Timmins. But the one thing I want to talk about too in the North is the party that got shut out. The Liberals have no seats of the 13 in Northern Ontario. And if you think back to when that party had formed government, the Northern Ontario seats, they were strongholds for them. You had the 2 Thunder Bay seats, you had a presence for them in Sudbury and Sault Ste. Marie, and now completely shut out off the map. Dwight?
Thank you for that, Matt. We are going to take a short break. We've been going since 8 o'clock here, and it has been an exciting night, but we're going to take a short break and continue with our CBC News election coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back. welcome back to our election special here on CBC Television. We are about to head out next to Green Party headquarters for the final time tonight. Chris Glover is standing by. Chris.
Hey, Dwight, well, Mike Schreiner just seconds ago left this ballroom, and I saw him hug, I think, pretty much every single supporter in this room before he left. This was a good night for Mike Schreiner and the Greens, but not a great night. It was a good night because he, of course, won here in Guelph, and he increased his popular vote here in this riding specifically substantially, up from 45% in 2018 to 54% in this election. But it's not a great night because he certainly was hoping to have a buddy at Queen's Park with him, and now we know he's going to be flying solo. He was hoping that in Parry Sound, Muskoka, the Green candidate there, Matt Richter, would get elected, and we know that's not happening. No help there amplifying his voice at Queen's Park. Here's a little bit more from Mike Schreiner during his speech tonight.
That I ask all parties in the legislature to steal every idea in it, because let's build the Ontario we want. And I say to you both and to all of our candidates across the province, thank you for sharing our vision and increasing our vote total.
So not getting the help amplifying a voice from another Green MPP, so he's trying to amplify that voice himself, telling the other parties to steal all of his ideas, and that will be the message that he brings to Queen's Park. And you heard him there at the end saying that he increased the popular vote for the Greens right across the province, up from around 4.6% in 2018 tonight, getting around 6%. That is an improvement, not the best case scenario for the Greens, but another improvement. And he said in his speech tonight, Dwight, that he was feeling like this result shows that the Green Party is here to stay in Ontario. Dwight?
Thank you for that, Chris. And to add to that, that riding out there in Guelph was the biggest margin of victory in the province tonight. Mike Schreiner taking it by more than 18,000 votes. That is a big margin, folks. Let's head back over to Eric Grenier, who's looking at Eastern Ontario right now. Eric.
Yeah, that's right. Vashti and I's neck of the woods. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario and what happened there. You know, the Liberals would have had some hopes to do a lot better in this region. There's one gain that they did make in Kingston and the Islands. You have Ted Sue, who is a former Liberal MP. He's now going to be a Liberal MPP, taking the seat away from the New Democrats. But there was actually a gain for the New Democrats as well in Eastern Ontario. Ottawa West Nepean. This was a riding where the PCs won with just 32.8% of the vote last time. It's the lowest vote share for any winning candidate, and it wasn't good enough for Jeremy Roberts this time. He finishes second behind Chandra Pasma. But there was thoughts that the Liberals would be able to take this seat. Was not the case. And then we'll go over to Glengarry Prescott Russell. Now, this is a riding close to my heart. I grew up there. And this was the only riding in the province that is majority francophone, and Stéphane Sarrazin has won this seat, defeating Amanda Simard, who had left the PC. She was elected as a PC in 2018, but left the party over cuts to francophone services that the government had made. Across the floor to the Liberals, was hoping to be re-elected, but instead the mayor of Alfred Plantagenet, Stéphane Sarrazin, will be heading to Queen's Park.
Thank you for that, Eric. One of the big questions tonight, Mike, official party status for the Liberals.
Yeah, and Dwight, we can now say definitively the Liberals will not get official party status. Now, you're looking at that number of 8, and for those of you who have longer memories, it used to be that 8 seats was enough to get official party status in Ontario, but under the Doug Ford government, the legislature, majority PCs, voted to change that to 12, and we now are waiting. There are only 3 seats in which the CBC News Decision Desk has not declared the race over, not declared a winner. In all 3 seats, the Liberals are second in that case, but even if they win all 3 of them, that's only 11. And here's why official party status is important. It brings a lot of money to the party, research staff. So basically, the Liberals went through the last term with no paid staff,
yes,
within the
legislature. We heard Del Duca talking about that tonight.
And how that hurt them.
Yes.
Well, they're going to have to deal with that again. So this just underlines how much of a brutal result, how much of a disaster this was tonight for the Liberals.
Wow. Thank you for that, Mike. We had a community watch party tonight up in the North York area. And we'd like to go back up there and hear from some of the people at that watch party with Kelda Ewan.
Hi, Dwight. So people here at Black Creek Community Health Center continuing to react to the results. We now know it will be another PC majority. People here generally not too pleased, but also not surprised. They did see this coming. Now I have with me here Butterfly Gopal. She's a member of Jane Finch Action Against Poverty. Butterfly, what's going through your head now knowing that it will be another PC majority government?
It's disappointing. They did not show up for us in our neighborhood. Testament of that during the pandemic, but sadly also predictable. Yeah.
What is your message to this next government?
The responsibility is going to be on us as community residents and organizers. We got to continue to work on the ground and connect with people and issues and continue to fight back. It's sad to see the results because during the pandemic, we were hit not the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, and there was no results. There was no responses in our neighborhood. So, I mean, we just got to continue organizing, and that's what we've been doing over 10 years, and we will continue to do that. And we don't just do that locally, we do that across the city, across the province, and we'll continue to fight back.
You talk about the pandemic. We know the pandemic has really hit this community hard. It really laid bare and exacerbated many of the social inequities that have been around for so long. What specifically does this community need? What would you like to see?
Our neighborhood has been dealing with an epidemic before the pandemic. We have precarious workers. We have a huge volume of temporary agencies that aren't safe. Huge legislation wins that were pulled back from the Ford government. And even in the pandemic, we didn't see them being reinstated. And organizing and mobilizing has been the only thing to put this to the forefront. And sadly, this government still is creeping back in. It's worrisome, but at the same time, there's a huge base of community-based organizations and residents and grassroots organizing that will continue to fight back.
Yeah, a lot of activists, a lot of advocates like yourself continuing to fight for change, for sure. A lot of them here today. So Dwight, yeah, this community, a lot of people in this community, those here tonight, are not too pleased with the results, not too pleased with another PC majority, but as you just heard, they're going to keep fighting for change. Send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kelda. NDP leading up there in Humber River Black Creek right now, leading but not elected yet. They're leading by about 900 votes over the Libs. So that is one to still watch tonight. We're going to take a short break and come right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to CBC Election Coverage 2022. Before we get to the panel and Bashi and Mike here, let's go over to Eric, because Eric, we've got about 3 ridings out there that are still not decided tonight.
Yeah, so we just wanted to give you an update on those 3 that we haven't yet projected who will be the winner. One of them is Humber River Black Creek. You can see that Tom Markusevich of the NDP has an 868 vote lead. Still waiting on 2 polls to report. The Liberals' Ida Lee Preddy is in second place. The other ridings we're looking at are Toronto St. Paul's. Let's take a look at that one. This one's a bit more of a bigger gap for Jill Andrew. She's ahead of Nathan Stahl, who was member of the COVID-19 Science Advisory Table. He had resigned from that. But Jill Andrew, the NDP incumbent, she is leading by just under 1,200 votes. And then the other riding that we are keeping an eye on still, before we make a call on who's going to be sent to Queen's Park, is Barrie, Springwater, or Medante. Doug Downey, the Attorney General, leading by 582 votes over Jeff Lehman, the Mayor of Barrie. He's actually making this quite a race, and not something you can say for Liberal candidates in a lot of parts of this province.
Thank you for that, Eric. Late in the evening, and it is still going. Vashi, what's next?
It is still going. I think what next is the question, right?
Of course.
Like we've been, I feel like we were told this election campaign was kind of boring. Election night has been anything but. We have 2 resignations. Sabrina, that means 2 leadership races.
Yeah, get out your popcorn. There's already speculation about, who can take up the helm. There's a lot of talk about Marit Stiles over in Davenport, the education critic for the NDP. She always, I think us reporters like her because she's always quick with a punchy quote when we need someone from the opposition to respond to the government. Of course, there's a lot of questions about who will be interim leader for both parties. John Fraser for the Liberals, Ottawa South MPP, he's kind of been taking the helm at the legislature as House Leader, while Del Duca was outside of the halls in the legislature. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking out for is, who's going to come in the interim and then who's going to take over permanently.
So, Jaskern, you have 2 parties facing this interim situation, AKA without permanent leaders. You go back to the legislature and you're Doug Ford. What kind of positioning do you have, and what's your first move?
If I'm Doug Ford, I'm operating as a leader that's in total control of Queen's Park. Doesn't have to punch down at anyone. Let them bicker amongst themselves, all the 2 other parties, as they try to figure out who their leader is going to be. And at that point, Doug Ford has the ability to learn from mistakes from his first term, where that first year was. In retrospect, and they'll agree as well that they were very aggressive out the gate to the point where they alienated a lot of people. And so I think for the next time around here, I think Doug Ford is going to learn from that mistake. He has a lot of space to operate in because no one's going to really be challenging him aggressively enough with 2 leadership races underway.
Just a few seconds left on that, sort of what we can expect from Doug Ford in the coming days, in the coming weeks. Sabrina, really quick, do you expect, not the Doug Ford of the first year back in 2018, but the Doug Ford we've seen over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think absolutely he's learned his lesson, but he did say the word efficient. And so, that keyword efficiencies, mark that off your bingo card. So I think, they're going to, they do have the power to make cuts if they want to do it, but they did promise that pre-election re-election platform / budget was going to be the one that they table. So we'll see if that happens. I'm playing guess who with cabinet ministers at this point.
Yeah, and that budget certainly, Dwight, was not an efficiency-finding budget, but
No.
that doesn't mean the next one can't be. So, eyes wide open.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that, Vashi. We've had you covered right across the province with all kinds of live locations tonight. Let's head out to a couple of our reporters to get their final thoughts. We will start with Lisa Shing up at PC headquarters. Lisa.
Yeah, Dwight. I mean, you can't argue that this is a really big victory for Doug Ford tonight, right? He is the only leader standing aside from Green Party leader Mike Schreiner. And I think that says something about the way he's been able to consolidate power and move forward. And listening to his speech as well tonight, he's talking about unity. So it'll be really interesting to see what moves he makes going forward, cabinet as well. Right. And also there are a lot of challenges he has to tackle going forward. Inflation, housing prices as well. A lot of the things that he's already addressed on the campaign trail. So I'm going to be very interested to see how he tackles some of these issues going forward, how exactly he's going to unite Ontarians as well. So a lot of interesting months ahead.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Next up, let's head to NDP headquarters out in Hamilton and Lorenda Redikoff.
Well, Dwight, there were so many questions, really the whole entire election campaign. Would Andrea Horwath remain as NDP leader? And what we saw tonight, no, she stepped down. Really such a tearful speech that she had. And so it leads to questions, what will the NDP look like next? Who will become the leader? We heard that they will have an interim leader, likely named, within a few days. So we'll get a sense of that, but also the party has to be disappointed at some of the regions they lost, including those seats in Brampton. Dwight?
Thank you for that, Lorenda. You know, women make up the majority of voters in this province, so how many seats at Queen's Park will be filled by women? This board shows that for us, the number of female candidates and also who won their seats tonight. It breaks it down by party, and you can see the PCs, even though they won a lot more seats tonight, they actually lost a couple of female MPPs. NDP also -2, and the Libs, none, and the Independents have won 1. So if you look over here, the change from last time around, we're actually going back to Queen's Park with 3 less female MPPs. Let's also take a look at the voter turnout tonight. You know, there's an old saying, people get the government they vote for, and if they don't vote, they get the government they deserve. And this is pretty disappointing. Last time out, it was a change election. People were motivated, and we had around 57% of people cast their votes. Look at that number tonight, folks. The turnout tonight, right down 13% to 43.4%. A little disappointing about that, Mr. Eric Grenier.
That is an anemic turnout level. That is horrific. We'll see what it ends up being once all the votes are counted. But this is the result in 2018. That was a change election. Turnout was high, and the PCs were able to win across southern Ontario. But if you look at where things are now, it's still just all blue, and there's less orange. They won their seats primarily at the expense of the New Democrats, winning seats around Windsor-Essex, winning seats in Hamilton, winning seats in Brampton, and sweeping, almost sweeping, the GTA. So this is why the PCs have another majority government. They won where they needed to, and a lot of people stayed home.
Thank you for that, Eric, and thank you for helping us understand this throughout this evening. What a night, folks. What a night. Vashi, let's start with your final thoughts.
Well, first of all, I have my head in my hands a little bit about that turnout number. I think, you know, as a political journalist, it's a bit heartbreaking, especially watching, you know, Fight for Democracy in other parts of the world right now. I would have hoped it would be a bit higher, and I think it is also sort of indicative of the level of engagement voters felt and the kind of issues that they were voting on. They weren't there for a change election like they were last time, and we know that we're capable of seeing higher turnout numbers.
They were motivated last time.
Yeah, they were motivated last time, but this time they weren't as motivated. However, I think for me the big takeaway is just the sort of decisiveness of the Conservative victory, and now my eyes turn to 3 things. A, what does Doug Ford do with that victory? Is he the Doug Ford of 4 years ago or the Doug Ford of the post-pandemic or pandemic/post-pandemic era? Second, I'm looking at what happens to the NDP. They have not bottomed out to the degree that the Liberals have, clearly, because the result is not as poor as the Liberals, but they are now going to face a leadership race. I'm a kid who grew up during the Bob Rae years, so there haven't been a lot of leaders of the NDP. So whether another leader can take the party beyond what Andrea Horwath did, the rebound that she experienced, is of real interest to me. And then finally, the Liberals. My goodness, what a brand it used to be in this province. What a fall from grace. You know, the resignation, a bit surprising given the comments over the week from Stephen Del Duca, but that resignation is going to be really significant. And now we watch to see 2 leadership races occurring just in this province. Wow.
And both
it's not
of
boring,
you will be busy covering them. And Mike Crawley, you will be at Queen's Park with this new government and their massive mandate.
Yeah, Vashi asked some really good questions there, and I got to reiterate just this: how resounding a victory this is. You know, how significant it is that they grew the size of their majority from one election to the next. What's next? Look, they've got to form a cabinet, obviously. One big hole that they're going to need to fill is health minister, because Christine Elliott didn't run again. A couple names that I've heard being talked about: Sylvia Jones, Premier trusts her, and she was involved in her role as a Solicitor General in the vaccine rollout. Also, Pramit Sarkaria, a bit of a rising star in Treasury Board. He had a bit of a role in the plan to reopen, and so those were reasons why I'm hearing those names. I've also been told from some sources close to the government that the plan is not to rush into forming a cabinet, but that we should see a cabinet named within a few weeks, and then the legislature called back shortly after that, not immediately after that, so they can pass the budget. And it's supposed to be the same budget with a huge $450 million promise that they left out, which is to increase the ODSP rate.
As we finish up, then we're talking about the voters. They say campaigns matter, but did this one matter? Because it seems we ended up pretty much where we started, especially with the polls at the beginning.
I think campaigns always matter. I really do. I think, even if it didn't lead to a different outcome, that doesn't mean that it didn't matter. I think that, putting the turnout aside for a second, the opposition had the opportunity here to make this campaign matter for them, and they ultimately failed in doing so. Doug Ford ran a bit of a different campaign. As he described it, it was a positive one. Others said he was playing it safe. And look, that campaign ultimately led to not just a majority, but, comparatively speaking, a bigger one than he had in 2018.
Yeah, and the campaign mattered from the part of the Conservatives because they ran the campaign that they wanted to, and from their perspective, it was flawless.
Was this, we voted for stability tonight, but was this, maybe there just weren't any alternatives in the end?
At least the alternatives that were offered to them did not appeal anywhere near as much as Doug Ford did.
All right, thank you for that, guys. It has been a really interesting night. I'll admit I was worried at the beginning when we called this so early, but did not expect all the drama to unfold the way it did. 2 leaders leaving tonight, and we have a couple of leadership campaigns coming up. So thank you both. Thank you to our panel. That is it for our CBC special presentation, Ontario Votes 2022. Jaskarin, Sabrina, thank you for your insights tonight. Remember, folks, our coverage continues across all platforms. Bright and early tomorrow, CBC News Network and CBC Radio's Metro Morning will break down how this evening unfolded and what comes next for our province. You can also head to our website for analysis of how the race was won and how each of the parties performed. From all of us here in Studio 42, thank you for watching tonight. The National is next.
The Greens are here to stay.
Look at all of you. Look at what we have done together.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you.
The crowds were large and loyal, the spectacle regal and sometimes loud. A wee one stole a little thunder, but she was center stage for them all, as she has been for more than 70 years.
There's plenty of life left in the old girl.
Good evening, I'm Adrienne Arsenault in London for the start of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee.
I'm Andrew Chang.